موطني موطني، الجلال والجمال والسناء والبهاء في رباك، في رباك، والحياة والنجاة والهناء والرجاء في هواك، في هواك. هل أراك سالما منعما وغانما مكرما، سالما منعما وغانما مكرما. هل أراك في علاك تبلغ السماك، تبلغ السماك. موطني 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 موطني، الشباب لن يكل همه أن يستقل أو يبيد، أو يبيد. نستقي من الردى ولن نكون للعدا كالعبيد، كالعبيد. لا نريد، لا نريد ذلنا المؤبدا وعيشنا المنكدا، ذلنا المؤبدا وعيشنا المنكدا. لا نريد بل نعيد مجدنا التالي، مجدنا التالي. موطني موطني مجدنا وعهدنا واجب من الوفاء، يهزنا يهزنا. عزنا عزنا غاية تشرف وراية ترفرف، غاية تشرف وراية ترفرف. يا هناك في علاك قاهرا عدا، قاهرا عدا. موطني موطني
جايب معي كعكة سمسم ما أذكر. من بيارتنا بيافا أنا جبت لكم برتقال، عروس البحر يافا على حسنك الله الله، والهوى محلى الهوى. علشانك يا صبية قومي يا بنت كنعان، رشيها الدار بريحان، يلا تنغني ألحان بهالقعد الشلبية. نتلاقى سوا قعدتنا فلسطينية، والهوى محلى الهوى علشانك يا صبية. حب اللولو يا رمان من حاكورتنا بقانا، عنا من أشكال ألوان اتبع ثر يا رمانا. وانا جبت لكم هدية جوافة غزاوية، بس على البحر والموج غنى إلها مجانا، والهوى محلى الهوى. علشانك يا صبية قومي يا بنت كنعان، رشيها الدار بريحان، يلا تنغني ألحان بهالقعد الشلبية. نتلاقى سوا قعدتنا فلسطينية، والهوى محلى الهوى علشانك يا صبية. أنا ثوبي فلسطيني في بيت لحم فرسته، يا صاحبتي هنيني جديد بهاليوم لبسته. حتى اللي مليان زهور من دار أهلي بالرملة، وثوبك يا فلسطين بالذهب ما بدلته، والهوى محلى الهوى. علشانك يا صبية قومي يا بنت كنعان، رشيها الدار بريحان، يلا تنغني ألحان بهالقعد الشلبية.
الجبل والوادي سلم عأرض الجدود سلم عزهر الورود وسلم لي على الزيتون وبوس لي التراب والحنون جفرة وهي الرابع نزلت يا حي الله طلت عليها الشمس قولوا لا بسم الله جفرة وهي الرابع نزلت يا حي الله طلت عليها الشمس قولوا لا بسم الله.
Hello, assalamu alaikum everyone. Welcome to our very first annual conference. I'm pretty excited for this. Today we have a huge panel of, well, many different panels of wonderful speakers who are going to be talking about the issue that is at present the biggest issue facing Palestine, and is the occupation and Israel's apartheid. So before we get into exactly what this conference is and all the topics that will be discussed, I think it's important to talk a little bit about our organization, our objectives, and what it is that we want to achieve with the Association of Student Activism for Palestine. So a little bit about myself. My name is Yahya, and I was a medical student during the early years of activism. I graduated just last year, and I'm currently working. And throughout my kind of journey, I have experienced all kinds of different situations, and it made me think about kind of the future for the Palestinian cause. And I came to the conclusion that we need something to support the students. We need something to support the people taking these risks. When you first enter university, you're a bit worried. You think, I don't want to get involved in politics. I want to stay clear from that because, you know, I want to focus on my career. I want to focus on things that matter. So it made me kind of ponder about how we can entice students to get more involved, because sometimes students feel like they're alone when they do enter these kind of, you know, activist causes and so forth. So in my second year of university, I became president of the UCL Friends of Palestine Society, and in my third year, again re-elected. And what happened was we did a protest against a specific individual, and it was an Israeli soldier. And I remember we organized it. Everything kind of went semi according to plan, and we were quite happy by the end of the day. And then the next day we were kind of attacked on social media, attacked on the newspapers, and we were quite, you know, worried. And then the kind of Israeli lobby started to attack individual students, and we were quite frightened because they started to threaten our degrees, and, you know, everything was kind of on the line at that point. And whilst there are organizations out there that did help and did give us support, I didn't feel like there was something streamlined. Many students felt quite alone. And this also then makes other students who would like to get involved with the Palestinian cause get a bit iffy about joining, because they just don't want to risk their career and so on. They support us, but they're worried. So what we did was, me and a lot of my friends and colleagues, we decided to come up with an organization, which is the Association of Student Activism for Palestine, with the sole objective, or the main objective, of supporting the actual students taking these risks. And that support ranges from a whole range of different things, such as just basic things: how to make a poster, how to set up a society, how to run campaigns, how to efficiently run a society and raise money for charities, and so on and so forth. And we came to the conclusion that, I think we're ready to launch. And the committee worked very, very, very hard on making this conference happen. And here we are. So welcome to our very first annual conference, Justice for Palestine. And I hope that you guys will benefit from this conference and you'll take away a lot of important notes. I do advise that you all take notes from things that certain speakers say, things that, stand out. We are collaborating with a whole range of different organizations, and we're also being streamed on YouTube, on Facebook. And we also have, if you follow our Twitter, ASAP Palestine, you'll also find that, we're constantly tweeting certain quotes from, different speakers and things that kind of stand out for us. So that's that. The final thing I wanted to touch on before we start the conference is the aspect of unity. I think unity in the Palestinian cause can get quite troubling because there are so many different people with so many different views in the Palestinian cause, and different organizations even have different ways of approaching the Palestinian cause. And then what happens is tensions start to arise, and then this competition starts to happen, and organizations start kind of competing with one another, and you get bureaucracy and hierarchies. And the cause, I think at present, and I am going to be brutally honest because this is what this is all about, being honest with everyone and trying to tackle the issue. The cause is slightly fractured. And I say this because we currently are facing different mindsets, and it's not the different mindsets that's the issue, it's the tolerance between the different mindsets. So you have different groups that feel like, we need to focus more on BDS, or different groups who want to focus more on allying with other causes, different groups that ally with certain causes that other groups are not comfortable with, be it for, religious reasons or their own ethical issues. So the biggest issue that we have here is simply tolerating the different people that work in the Palestinian cause, and learning just to work together and learning to work with different people with different views. And so what I hope that this organization will do is kind of send a very clear message of zero tolerance to intolerance within the Palestinian movement. We all work together, we all respect one another, and we all have one goal in mind, which is to fight for the human rights and the freedom of the Palestinian people. Now, on that note, one second, I need to make sure that I've got this correct. On that note, I'd like us to start our first section of this conference, which is going to focus on the history of the Palestinian cause, history of Palestine, Nakba and the right of return. And before we do that, I think we've got a little video that we'd like to show you.
Beni öldürse de döneceğim, bekle Filistin. لو مرت أعوام، لو صلبت أحلام، لو كسرت أقلام، حتما ستعود فلسطين. العودة حقي وقراري، وكذاك طريق hiç olmam. Sevdim sever seveceğim. Döneceğim bekle Filistin. لو طال الأسر لو محيا الفجر لو نفد الصبر حتما ستعود فلسطين. العودة حقي وقراري وكذاك طريق الأحرار في جيبي مفتاح الدار سأعود لأرض فلسطين. العودة حقي وقراري وكذاك طريق الأحرار في جيبي مفتاح الدار سأعود لأرض فلسطين. العودة حقي وقراري وكذاك طريق الأحرار في جيبي مفتاح الدار سأعود لأرض فلسطين. العودة حقي وقراري وكذاك طريق الأحرار في جيبي مفتاح الدار سأعود لأرض فلسطين.
Hi everyone, I'm Celine El Saleh. I'm a student at Queen Mary's University and I'm a member of ASAP. Thank you all for joining this panel, which is focusing on the history of Palestine, the Nakba and the right of return. Our speakers will be Dr. Ilan Pappe, Dr. Husni Hammuda and Farah Kutena. I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Ilan Pappe, who many of us will know as the author of The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, the history professor and director of the European Centre for Palestine Studies at the University of Exeter. His research focuses on the modern Middle East, specifically Israel and Palestine. He has written on multiculturalism, critical discourse, and on power and knowledge in general. Professor Ilan, we would like to hear from you about how the state of Israel has used ethnic cleansing as a means of seizing land, and also how ethnic cleansing paved the way for the foundation of Israel, and also what made the international community accept Israel as an independent state immediately after the Nakba, and also welcome and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to talk to all of you. I have 25 minutes for a very complex and expanded topic, so much of what I will say will be pretty general and deserves, of course, for anyone who's interested, further reading and much deeper knowledge on the topic. Probably the best departure for such a discussion on the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, what motivated it, and how the world reacted to it, or why the world did not react to it, to be more precise, is to go back to one basic feature of Zionism, which is to analyze it as a settler colonial movement. Settler colonialist movements are movements of Europeans who left Europe quite often because they were persecuted and colonized someone else's homeland with the help of empires, but not as part of an empire. And as the late Patrick Wolf used to say, in many cases when settler movements such as Zionism encountered an indigenous native population, they acted according to a logic that he defined as the logic of the elimination of the native. And the elimination of the indigenous native population, which was the main obstacle for settler colonial movements such as Zionism or the white people who came to the United States or to Australia, the main obstacle was the presence of an indigenous native population. And the logic of the elimination meant that if you want to succeed in building a new Europe instead of the Europe that did not want you, you had to remove the native indigenous population. In certain places of the world, this was translated into proper genocide, as happened in the Americas and Australia. In the case of Palestine, the settler movement, the Zionist settler movement, with the help of the British Empire, focused more on ethnic cleansing rather than genocide in order to remove the indigenous native people of Palestine. And like all settler colonial movements, they wanted a new land, but without the people who lived on it. And in fact, this kind of ideology informed Zionist actions from the very beginning of the project in Palestine in the late 19th century and up to today. I think even today, much of what the state of Israel does vis-a-vis Palestinians, wherever they are, is still motivated by this very logic of the elimination of the native. Of course, the methods of eliminating the native change according to time, circumstances, and capabilities. But all in all, the Palestinian resistance made it difficult for the Zionist movement and later the State of Israel in completing the project of total de-Arabization of historical Palestine. And because of that, the Israeli actions are informed by the fact of this incompletion, if you want. So when they take more territories in 1967, they need the territories, but they don't want the people there, and they developed all kinds of other methods with which many of you are familiar, who know the situation in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip today, and different means used for the same purpose in the Galilee and the Nakab. And of course, the whole rejection of the Palestinian refugees' right of return is part of that ideology. So that ideology was at the basis of the Zionist movement when it entered Palestine, or invaded in many ways Palestine, in the late 19th century. Of course, the first Zionists had other problems before they could deal with what for them was the major challenge, the fact that the land belonged to someone else and that there were a tiny minority in that land. So they dealt with other issues and were not immediately focused on, if you want, how to implement this logic of the elimination of the native. And had it not been for the help of the British Empire, they probably would have not survived with that kind of ideology amidst native indigenous people like the Palestinian people. From the 1930s onwards, there is a far more focused interest in the Zionist, among the Zionist leaders and activists, in this whole idea of how to remove the Palestinians from Palestine. In the mid-1930s, the main hope of the Zionist leadership was that Britain would transfer a large number of Palestinians from any part of Palestine that Britain would be willing to accord to a future Jewish state. And that would sort of absolve the Zionist movement from dealing with it, because in the 30s it didn't have the capacity to implement a massive transfer of Palestinians from their homeland. One should say that on a much smaller scale, already in the mid-1920s, the Zionist movement caused the expulsion of thousands of Palestinians from various areas of Palestine in which the Zionist movement succeeded in purchasing land from absentee landlords, mostly living in Beirut, and used the British police in order to evict tenants and farmers who lived for centuries in small villages in the north and the east of Palestine. And demographers can show that, in fact, already by the 1930s, several small Palestinian villages already disappeared as a result of this combination of the purchase of land and the eviction of people who, according to the Ottoman law and according to the custom, were actually the owners of the land And even if people bought the land from someone else, farmers were never evicted until the arrival of the Zionist movement. But this, as I say, was on a small scale. And what mattered in the 1930s was the hope, of course, that Britain would do it. But Britain refused to do it. And this is when, roughly in the early 1940s, the Zionist leadership understands that if it wants to empty Palestine from its native indigenous population, it would have to do it itself. And for that purpose, they start preparations on various levels in order to be prepared when the historical moment would come to implement massive expulsion of Palestinians from their homeland. One of the things they did in the 1940s was to build a proper military capacity to do this. You need weapons, you need army, and that's what they were beginning to build in the 1940s. There were some military preparation on the Palestinian side, but they were very small and not very impressive compared to what was done on the Zionist side. Secondly, they prepared what became known as the project of village files and neighborhood files, which enabled them through espionage, collaboration of some people, to know everything that had to be known on every Palestinian village. There were 1,000 villages. They knew everything about every Palestinian village in neighborhoods in terms of how to occupy them, what did they have that they would like to have themselves, like a fertile land, a successful fruit orchard, who in the village was dangerous to Zionism in terms of some military experience, and mainly to know how many men were in each village. Men were usually defined from the age of either 10 or 12. And as we know later on from 1948, that meant that in the eyes of Zionism, you were a potential enemy soldier who either had to be killed or deported or imprisoned. So all these preparations started in the 1940s, and they became a proper strategic, systematic plan only when Britain decided to leave Palestine altogether in 1947, in fact, in February 1947. Now, once it was clear that Britain is going to leave Palestine, the infrastructural preparation transformed into an expulsion, a master plan of expulsion, or what we will call today ethnic cleansing. From February 1947, a selected group of Zionist leaders began to prepare through various strategic plans and discussion a systematic ethnic cleansing that began, in fact, was activated even before Britain left Palestine in May 1948. The final touches to the plan, the master plan to ethnically cleanse of Palestine, were put in February 1948. And in March 1948, a month later, the Zionist forces began ethnically cleansing whole villages and neighborhoods from Palestine, while Britain was still responsible for law and order. What is also important to stress that while the Zionist forces were entering villages and neighborhoods and ethnically cleansing whole cities like Haifa, Jaffa, Akka, Baisan, Safad, and hundreds of villages, while they were doing that, there was no Arab military presence in the country. Contrary to the Zionist narrative that you will still hear today, that Palestinians became refugees because the Arab armies entered Palestine and a war started, and that's what happens in a war. Half of the people of Palestine who became refugees before even one Arab soldier entered Palestine. That's a very important fact to remember, that is denied, not denied, but ignored on purpose by Israeli and Zionist propaganda. And it's a very important fact to mention to people who do not know how the chronology worked, because given the fact that hundreds of thousands of refugees came to Arab capitals and Arab countries, put pressure on the Arab governments, who were very reluctant to interfere in Palestine, to send troops on May the 15th, when Britain left Palestine, to try and stop the next stages of the ethnic cleansing. They sent too few troops, and they came too late for salvaging Palestinians. Now, the Palestinians themselves did not have the military capacity to defend themselves, mainly because this capacity was destroyed by Britain during the Arab Revolt between 1936 and 1939. And secondly, because they really believed that the United Nations and the international community would defend them, because it made sense that if everywhere else in the world, when a majority of people want a certain country to be independent and to be theirs, the international community supports it. And they had no reason to believe that Palestine would be treated differently from Iraq, Jordan, or Egypt. But of course, it was very clear that the international community would not deal in a normal way with Palestine, but actually in an exceptional way. And I think that's another dimension that we have to remember, that while the Jewish forces, or the Zionist forces, were moving from one village to the other, even before the end of the mandate, and while they were ethnically cleansing the cities and towns of Palestine, the United Nations was negotiating the peace plan that it has suggested and was rejected by the Palestinians and the Arab world, the partition plan, the idea to partition Palestine between the settler community and the indigenous native population, which any native indigenous people would have rejected. While the ethnic cleansing was going on, instead of doing the right thing by saying our peace plan actually allowed the Zionist movement to ethnically cleanse Palestine, instead of saying that and announcing to the world that they are going to think of a different solution, not one that allows such a crime against humanity to be perpetrated on the ground. Instead of that, they continued to act as if the problem is that the Palestinians rejected the partition plan, and not the real problem, which was that the international community gave international legitimacy for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine when it was unfolding in front of their eyes and ears. Now, after the British left, of course, it was even easier for the Zionist forces to ethnically cleanse Palestine. For a while, the Arab intervention in May the 15th put a stop for 2-3 weeks for the expulsion, but it was very clear the Arab world was ill-prepared, not united. There was the whole affair with the Jordanians, who had their own secret agreement with the Israelis, which really undermined the overall Arab effort. In return for getting the West Bank, Jordan limited very much its activities in Palestine. So, but for a while, it's put a stop for the ethnic cleansing, but only for 2 weeks. And then Israel continued with full force to complete the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, which meant that by the end of 1948, half of Palestine's villages, which is more than 500, and most of the Palestinian towns and cities were depopulated. On the ruins of the Palestinian villages, Israel built Jewish settlements and planted recreational parks and hosted people in the houses that were evicted by force from the urban space of Palestine. Now, the question is, did the world know about it? And if it knew about it, what did it do? Well, we know that there were many foreign reporters at the time. We can read their reports in most of the important newspapers in the West. We know that the Red Cross, International Red Cross, had emissaries on the ground. We know that the United Nations had more than one group of observers looking at the situation. So the world knew in real time, not afterwards, in real time, that a crime against humanity is being is taking place against the Palestinians. And the question is, why did it not react at all? And it didn't react. We know it didn't react at all. It didn't try to stop it, nor did it even acknowledge the existence of this crime for many, many years after it happened. Even today, the major administrations in the United States, governments in Europe, do not seem to, are not willing to acknowledge the ethnic cleansing of Palestine and its implication for a solution in the future. Probably one of the best explanation, but by no means the only one, is that Europe in particular felt that allowing the Zionist movement to commit that crime against the Palestinian people would absolve Europe itself from dealing with its own crimes against the Jewish people committed by the Nazis and their allies during the Second World War. It's a good explanation. It's not a full explanation, but I think it provides some sort of insight into the silence that Europeans adopted, or the silent approach that Europeans adopted against what was clearly a criminal and a catastrophic reality in Palestine. Maybe this also explains the American position, although I think in the United States there was already a very active Zionist lobby, both Christian and Jewish, that did not allow the United States to take a more comprehensive attitude towards this question. And Islamophobia might have played a role in this as well. And altogether, as Edward Said has shown us in his book Orientalism, there was an unwillingness to treat the suffering and victimization of Arab people as equivalent to the suffering and victimization of Europeans or Western people. So if you put all these things together, you get some sort of an explanation for a total, but this was total, I mean, this was really hermetic silence in the face of a tragedy that occurred in Palestine, which was the making not only of the Zionist movement, but also of Britain and the Western world altogether. Now, I have, I exhausted my 25 minutes?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm so sorry.
According to my watch, I was speaking for 20 minutes, but that's okay. I'm with you. Okay, so I'll stop here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really comprehensive and
Thank you.
detailed, but we need to get to our next speaker and then we'll come back if there's time. But
Okay.
sorry. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Farah Kutene, who is part of the My Return campaign and also the founder of Key 48. And she's going to speak to us for around 10 minutes on the right of return. So Farah, take the mic.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to ASAP for organising and hosting such an important conference, especially in the midst of all the hysteria of the pandemic. And also, I feel very privileged to speak alongside both Ilan Pappe and Husni Hammuda. And yes, I'm going to be speaking on behalf of both Q48 and also the My Return campaign today, both of which require an interactive response from everyone watching. And I know, like, if I was watching and I heard interactive response, I'll be a bit put off, like it's an awkward icebreaker on the first day of university or first day of work. But it's a very important interactive response that is required that I will go into in 1 or 2 minutes. So I'm going to start with Q48. Q48 is a student-created initiative calling for the end of Israel's military occupation, calling to an end for Israel's illegal military blockade of Gaza, and also demanding the Palestinian right of return for all Palestinian refugees. The campaign culminates in wearing the key, wearing Key 48. This is wrong side. This is Key 48 right here. If you can see, it's essentially like a Palestinian version of the poppy, but it's a key to represent the Palestinian right of return. So the key simultaneously calls for these demands whilst also wearing one of the most, if not the most important symbols to Palestinians, which is the key of return. And The key of return essentially begins with the ethnic cleansing and colonization of Palestine that took place in 1948 to create modern-day Israel. And hundreds of thousands of Palestinians became refugees. The majority of these refugees fled, leaving everything behind except one thing, the key to their homes, on the belief that one day they would return. Today, Palestinian refugees still keep these keys to their homes, and they actually pass this key to the next generation on the hope that that generation will be the generation that returns to Palestine. So today there are well over 7.2 million Palestinian refugees, making the Palestinian refugee population the longest suffering refugee population, as well as the largest refugee population in the world today. The majority of these Palestinian refugees are living in refugee camps, either under illegal military occupation in the West Bank, under illegal Israeli military blockade in Gaza, under siege in Gaza, or they're also living in the surrounding countries around Palestine, so Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, and they're living in impoverished refugee camps. They are treated like second-class citizens in these host countries where they've sought refuge. They're not allowed to vote. It's illegal for them to own property. They're banned from working in most professions, which is keeping Palestinian refugees in this vicious cycle of displacement, violence, and poverty. So by wearing Key 48, we are calling for the immediate right of return of all Palestinian refugees, which is legally enshrined. It's legally enshrined in UN Resolution 194, also UN Resolution 3236, which identifies and specifies the Palestinian right of return as an inalienable right, and also legally in Article 13 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If you want to find out more about Q48, then you can find our social media. It's filled with information, full of about the right of return, about Q48, and that is at Q48 on Instagram and at Q48 on other social platforms like Facebook and Twitter. Also, we have a few exciting developments and announcements to make that coincide with the 3-year anniversary of Q48. So if you follow the social media, you'll be able to see what those are. Secondly, I'm just going to go on to now the My Return campaign. So the My Return campaign is a popular voluntary initiative launched by the London-based Palestinian Return Centre in cooperation with national and international pro-Palestine partners. The campaign was first launched in Jordan in cooperation with the Palestine Committee in the Jordanian Parliament. The campaign culminates in the petition that calls for and reaffirms the Palestinian right of return. The campaign seeks to turn such an inalienable right into an international cause. The campaign seeks to garner the largest possible signatures on a petition confirming Palestinian refugees' devotion to their right of return. The petition clearly states that it rejects the US deal of the century and any other initiative undermining Palestinians' internationally guaranteed right. So Israel and the US have never ceased to undermine such an inalienable Palestinian right by denying the refugee status of displaced Palestinians inside and outside of occupied Palestine. US President Donald Trump's recognition of occupied Jerusalem's Israel's capital, the campaign waged by Israel and America against UNRWA, the US suspension of its funding to Palestinian refugees, and the increasing calls to resettle refugees in destinations other than Palestine are all tactics which seemingly divergent aim for the same goal, which is to undermine the right of return. The right of return will never be negotiated or be used as a bargaining chip in any peace plan, any negotiations ever. Now, this campaign requires individual signatures. So you can find this on the My Return campaign's official website, which is www.myreturn.net. So it's literally just myreturn.net, and you can sign it in English, Arabic, and Spanish. I just want to make a particular call for all Palestinians, especially, to sign this petition. When you sign this petition, you are essentially agreeing to this declaration and saying this declaration represents you and your call for your right of return. So the petition reads as follows. My right of return to my homeland is an inalienable and individual collective right guaranteed by international law. Palestinian refugees will never yield into the alternative homeland projects. Any initiative that strikes at the intrinsic foundations of the right of return and negates it is illegitimate and null. It does not represent me in any possible manner. So if you go onto myreturn.net, this is the interactive reaction I was talking about earlier. Once you sign, you'll kind of receive a certificate like this. And as you can see, you put your official signature on the petition when you sign it. You just go to myreturn.net to sign this petition. And also with this conference, we are going to give away 10 Key48s. I think we actually agreed 15. Okay, 15. We're going to be giving away 15 Key48s to every single person who signs the petition and screenshots the certificate, which I just showed you. So just screenshot this certificate and DM it to any of Key48's social media platforms, and we'll send you a Key48. And yes, I think that is everything for me. For Key48.
Thank you so much. I've actually got a key from Key48, and my sister gave it to me, but thank you so much. I really encourage everyone to support that organisation and sign that petition. Next, we move to our speaker, Husni Hammuda, who is a Palestinian telecommunications engineer, and he's also a public speaker on various issues concerning Islam and international relations, and he's also published many books in several languages and still publishes many research papers, and was a senior lecturer at De Montfort University in Leicester. Dr. Husni Hammuda, how are you? How are we today?
I am very well. Thank you for inviting me. Let me just set my timer for the time so as I don't go over. I'm very pleased to be here and very energized by young people and otherwise, if I may say so. So if I start, inshallah, I will say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wassalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. We always talk about Palestine in terms of history, in terms of geography, in terms of politics and geopolitics, and we oftentimes forget the geo or the human element, to just put it simply without using technical terms. And today I'd like just to narrate to you very, very shortly the story of my dad, because my dad was born in Leda in 1928. So he indeed witnessed a lot of what happened prior to 1948 and well, of course, beyond that. So I would go back to 2011. I received a telephone call from my dad. He lived in Bristol at the time, and he told me that he is not feeling well, and he has a pain in his stomach. That was 12 o'clock on the 11th of December 2011. My mom talked to me and she said, "Don't worry, he's all right." Later on, they called the ambulance. My father always dressed smart even when he went shopping, so he put on his jacket and his tie and put some perfume and went with the ambulance. Ultimately, they had a CT scan and they were waiting for the results. They gave him a couple of paracetamols. During that time, he was narrating to the doctor. The doctor was beside him. He was telling the doctor about his life. And he told a story that we heard so many times since childhood. Oftentimes, my dad told us what happened. He told us what happened before the occupation and post the occupation, and he talked about his dad and his family. So he was briefly trying to explain to the doctor what happened at that time. And he started, and he told the story so many times and consistently that there is no doubt in my mind that it was an accurate story, because he always told it. He told the story when he was when we were kids. He told the story 20 years later, and he told the story when I was already a grandfather myself, and it was the same story. And he went back and he was talking about his life, early life in Lud. He was born in Leda, or we call Medinat al-Lid or Lud. He moved to Java with his dad, with the work of his dad, to when he was 1 year old. And then he always talked about Ludda later on, because he went back and he talks about the prickly pears or the cactus fruits, the figs, the olives, and then he talks about his aspiration to be an artist in some form, but his dad insisted that he wanted him to become a doctor. So he had to do a matriculation in science, albeit he had matriculation in arts. So he went to Egypt around 1940, just before 1946, 1947, so as he can start the medical school. In 1948, the famous cholera epidemic broke out, and my dad had to return to Java, where his parents are. Then that is in 1948. Soon in 1947. In 1948, then the occupation forces, with the aid of the British, which my colleague professor mentioned that. So they moved from Java to Leda because they had a home there. And then in 1948, there was some resistance in Leda, facing the western side of Leda, expecting the occupation forces to be there, some young people with some very basic weapons, etc. My dad was at home having breakfast, not thinking much, and then suddenly it was announced that everybody above 15 years of age should go out of their homes and gather in the town. It was the governor's big space, so they had to go. He went with his dad because he was above 15, and of course his dad. He had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. They were all minors, if according to this announcement. So they checked the people, the occupation forces, and then they asked some to return home, and they asked my grandfather, my father's father, to go home. And my father said that he was so pleased, because it means that someone will look after the family while he is whatever he is going to face. So his father went home, and then they took them to a nearby mosque. They had to stay there, no food, no drink, not even going to a bathroom was allowed, until the time that they told them to leave, the majority of them to leave, and they kept a few. Ultimately, my dad, he heard, of course, shots, and he heard explosions outside, and it happened to my dad. He always insisted that it happened so quickly that it was difficult to even keep keep track of what happened at the time. He tried to go home in the direction of his house, but the soldiers ushered him away, and he said, that way, that way. And then by that time, everyone of the town of Leda had to leave. Well, at least we know later that a few stayed, but the majority of people went on a trail, a snake-like trail, as my father puts it, towards Ramallah, passing Nalin on the way. And he saw it from a distance, and he said it looked like a snake with thousands upon thousands of people making that journey. Of course, he was on his own, and he didn't know what happened to his father. Well, he was thinking his father was home with his brothers and sisters and mother, and probably they are on their way if they were to be expelled, or he didn't really know much at the time until a few hours, and then during the journey he collapsed, and he was so thirsty, and he woke up with people giving him water, and he said he drank so much that the water came out of his nose, and it was summer, I don't know if that was mentioned, but it was 1948 summertime, and summertime is really hot in these areas. Although generally the climate of Palestine is moderate, it is sort of warm. It's considered to be warm in winter, but it is moderate in winter, but it is really hot in summer. He kept on walking, and also when he was leaving, the occupation forces were taking the jewelry from the women, so they did not leave anything like jewelry, because this is what people think when they have to leave. They take some valuables with them to look after themselves. That was taken away. My father didn't have anything on him, and ultimately he saw his younger sister Fatima. She was 2 years of age. They got together with his mother, two younger brothers and three sisters, including this Fatima, who was 2 years of age. She was a toddler, and they had nothing on them, only the ring that soldiers did not see on his mother's finger was there. But during that, one of his friends met him, and he said, "Do you have any money?" And he said, "Not at all." And he had four Egyptian pounds, and he gave him 3, and he kept 1. Anyway, they spent a few days in Ramallah with no shelter, just about being able to spend on themselves, until an auntie who lived in Gaza heard about their story. So she sent someone and said, "You come to Gaza." So after a few weeks, they stayed in Gaza with his auntie, who had a humble home, and she had 4 daughters and of course her husband. So ultimately they had to move to Al Bureij camp when they had, and there were so many stories that my father told at that time. One of the stories that they had, the ceiling was really leaking, and it was raining later on in winter, and it was some of the during the later on Gaza was under the Egyptian mandate. So one of the soldiers saw that, and he brought some shinko and put a roof above them. There are so many aspects in Al Burej, but my father always talked about establishing the first, if you like, nucleus of education in Gaza. They gathered the children and they made some. They brought some rocks and then some trees, and they made benches. And my father at that time was 18, by the way. He, as you may have guessed, he was just about starting his education in Egypt to become a doctor. So he was about 18 or so. So everyone who was his age or a little bit younger, a little bit older, they gathered together to teach the children. Then that was recognized by the UNESCO, and then the UNESCO helped in that. I'd like to. So my father was one of the key, one of the key people who actually established education for refugees in Gaza. Later on, my father got married, and then he studied back to Egypt. But this time he studied basic education for adults for 2 years, and then he went to Kuwait in 1957. He went to Kuwait as a teacher for 3 years, and then he became a deputy for a couple of years. And I remember my dad, when I was a kid, he was the head teacher, or he was the headmaster of the school. Then he became an inspector on schools until retirement later on. So after the immigration from Leda to Ramallah and then to Gaza, he had to go to Kuwait for work. Most of us, we are seven siblings, three boys and 4 girls. We lived in Kuwait, and I went in 1975 to study A-levels in the UK. My father later on moved to the UK in 1992 after if you like, the invasion of Kuwait by Saddam. They stayed until that was over, and then unfortunately they were not really welcomed by the Kuwaitis because of the political stance of the Palestinian leader at the time, whether right or wrong, but nations and people suffer. So my father decided, he had a 5-year visa to go to visit in the United States, because one of my sisters lived there for a long time, and my parents used to go and visit her. So anyway, they decided to go to leave Kuwait with my youngest brother, Abdullah, passing the United Kingdom. So I remember picking them up from the airport. It was very late at night, and my father remembers all of that. By the way, my father had a fantastic memory, and later on in life, I discovered that one of the reasons for his memory is that he documents everything. He has a diary that he writes everything in it. Every day he writes who came to the house, what he did, and part of it is the financial aspect, what he spent, and if there is a bill to pay, etc. So he always document. Every year he had a new, and whatever book he read, he always summarized it. Anyway, I go to his story. So we went to see an immigration lawyer, and she advised my parents. She said, "You are old people, and United States is not a good place for you. You are better off staying here in the UK." So ultimately, my father stayed in the UK, and I was at the time doing my PhD, but really I may have finished by that time. But I started in Bristol because I was doing my PhD at Bristol University, and I was living in Bristol at the time. I was working in De Montfort University in Leicester. So anyway, so they started to warm up to the fact that perhaps it's better to stay in the UK. My father always talked about his aspiration of becoming something, and his father wanting him to become a doctor. And then he did not become a doctor. He didn't do what he wanted to do. My father was very much into arts and into poetry and writing, which he actually did, but only as a hobby, and hence documenting a lot of what happened in 1948 prior to that, and of course the years after that, in his writings and in poetry. He published a book in 1995, actually from the UK, in poetry, and a lot of it talks about Palestine. It talks about the feeling towards the land and the wish to go back, and how the Palestinians were let down, in fact, by their Arab neighbors, more than anybody else. At least that's his viewpoint. I may agree with him, but some people may or may not agree. But you've just heard there were already deals in Jordan and so on. So there was no real intention in defending Palestine or standing by the Palestinians. So he documented that in his poetry. He was really talking about his aspiration to return, and he talks about his detachment from his kids, because at one time my father was in one place, and some of us went to United States, some of us stayed in the UK, and he was really missing the grandchildren, calling him granddad, and he documented that in his poetry. Before I conclude, I want to conclude by one of my dad's poetries in Arabic. He wrote in Arabic, of course, but I have a rough translation for it. But I want to say that there is a generation now which is almost over. So the generation of my dad, you need to be well into your 90s to have survived from, if you like, the 20s until today. I feel that this is extremely important to document. Maybe my father documented some in poetry, some in writings, some he was interviewed once or twice, and he narrated some of his story. I feel that these stories are extremely important, so as people can see the human aspect of Al-Nakba. It is not just numbers and figures, and so many went and so many came and so many lived in camps and so many returned and not returned, etc. It is really a personal thing. I don't know if I asked for a clip. Please, if you can give it before I translate it into English.
أريد الحياة بحرية وعيشا كريما كباقي البشر، وعودا حميدا إلى موطني، وبيتا صغيرا يسر النظر، وأرضا أقلب في تربها وأزرع فيها ويأتي المطر، وأغرس نخلا بأطرافها وكرما وتينا شهي الثمر، وأصحو مع الفجر مستبشرا بقطف الثمار وشتى الخضر، وأصغي إلى الطير في شدوه يحيي الضياء إذا ما انتشر، ويسري نسيم الصباح العليل ليملأ صدري بعطر الزهر، أطوف بأرضي وشمس الضحى تعانق فيها غصون الشجر، وأرقب شمس الأصيل على رؤوس الروابي ومجرى النهر، تجوب المروج بأطيافها وترسم فيها بديع الصور، وتغفو الطبيعة في خدرها فتصحو النجوم ويزهو القمر، وتبدو السماء بأبراجها بساطا تحلى بأغلى الدرر، فأطرح عني رداء العنا وأنسى سنين الأسى والكدر، تمر الحياة بلا راحة وتمضي سريعا كلمح البصر، فتدفن في المهد أحلامنا وتقتل فينا أمان الصغر، نريد الحياة كما نشتهي فتسخر منا صروف القدر.
If there are a few minutes just to translate, my father says, "A life of freedom do I dream, to live with honor, resembling the rest of mankind, I do dream. Peaceful return to my homeland, to live in my humble home that pleases my eyes. A small plot of land I wish to own, that I can plow, sow the seeds, and pray for the rain to fall. Plant palm trees, grapevines, and sweet figs to surround my happy home. I dream to start my day at dawn, pick my vegetables and cultivate my fruits when ripe. I dream to listen to the singing birds, greeting the day when it's born, to fill my lungs with the fresh air residing over my land, to smell the roses and jasmine until tranquility occupies my soul. I dream to stroll over my land when the rays of the afternoon sun embrace the branches of the trees. I dream to witness the colors of the rainbow painting over the sky and on the undulating slopes. I dream to watch the sunset from the top of the hills over the cascading river and rolling fields. I dream the day shall then go to sleep and the moon shall wake up surrounded with glittering stars, to see the sky over my home a silk fabric decorated with diamonds. I dream. Only then I can be happy.
Thank you, Dr. Husni. That was a really moving talk and a beautiful poem. And what you really did show is the importance of a personal narrative in a story. The Nakba is a personal story for many of us. And obviously the importance of narrative is to keep the memory of the Nakba and the right of return alive. Thank you for that very moving talk.
If you give me 30 seconds just to say that was...
Sorry.
That day was sorry. The last battle of my father. The doctor told him that the CT scan showed AAA, which is an aneurysm, and he had to go under. He had to go an emergency operation when he passed away.
Thank you, Dr. Husni. That was Allah Yarhamu. His words live on, and his story lives on with us.
My father leaves a legacy of some work, a legacy of dreams, a legacy of children, 7 children, 24 grandchildren, and I don't know, 50 or more great-grandchildren. Some of them. So he actually saw some of his great-grandchildren. So he was just before his 83rd birthday when he passed away. And inshallah, we will not let him down.
Inshallah. Thank you. That was really beautiful. We're going to come back because we may get some questions from social media. We're going to go back to Ilan, Dr. Ilan, and thank you so much, Dr. Husni.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic.
Yes.
Hello again.
Hi.
I was wondering if we could go back to the discussion of ethnic cleansing and Canadian Palestine. And it's 2020 and Gaza is officially on Libya. And I was wondering to what extent is the blockade a continuation of the events in 1948? Yeah.
Okay, I could not hear you very well, but I think I hope I got the gist of what you were saying. I think you mentioned the siege on Gaza and the fact that Gaza is unlivable, and how does it sort of connect to the ethnic cleansing? Am I right? This was
yes.
Yes. I mean, we heard this moving individual story of Dr. Hammuda and his father, may he rest in peace. What is so terrible, as we say in Arabic, al-nakba mustamirra, that there are always additional stories. It's not that the stories ended in 48. We have fresh stories from yesterday in the West Bank, and stories a few weeks ago from the Gaza Strip. It all comes back to the same point I made in the end of my talk, which is that if the international community sends a message that ethnic cleansing of Palestine on a massive scale is legitimate and would go unhindered and without any repercussions, definitely small-scale criminal policies would be immunized as well. And as I said in my talk, Israel changes its tactics of ethnic cleansing according to circumstances and different realities. So it implements a different policy towards Gaza, a different policy in the West Bank, and a different policy inside Israel, not to mention not allowing the refugees to return. But it's all part of the same ongoing ethnic cleansing that is incomplete. And we hope that the more brutal aspects of it, like the starvation of Gaza, and the fact that the United Nations warns about the result of these genocidal policies, that the international community would at least be awakened from these particular instances, but they are not, which means that we have a lot of work to do to make sure that people understand why we are unable to get to the political elites and mainstream media, because I think the civil society is with us, has been with us for many, many years now. Why we can't go into changing policies towards Palestine analyze the reason and work as hard as we can to change them, because the ethnic cleansing continues, and despite the brave resistance to it, it continues to kill, or the Israeli machine continues to kill, expel, and imprison people. And so 1948 is not a closed historical event, it's an ongoing event, and we should continue in events like this to make sure that people do not forget, and that people realize the essence of the criminality that is behind these policies, and not allow it an exceptional treatment and provide the immunity for this impunity on the ground.
Obviously, in the wake of ethnic cleansing the Palestinian nation has become more defined and more defined than ever, and so in a way, Israel has sort of created it a permanent enemy, like, because now the Palestinians have they have an aim to be liberated, whereas before maybe Palestinians saw themselves as part of a wider Arab nation, whereas now it's more defined than ever. So do you think Israel will ever successfully rid themselves of the Palestinian problem? Because right now it seems almost impossible, because even if they ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians from the land, they still have this issue that the Palestinians are more clearly defined as a nation. So what do you think?
Yes. Well, I think from the very beginning, and Professor Hammuda's father poem brings it beautifully, the Palestinian demand was for normal life. It was not about liberation. It was not killing an enemy. It was just getting back to the home, to the field, to continue pastoral life, which was totally denied them by the Zionization of Palestine. And this has continued to be the main struggle, is for normal existential life all over Palestine. So I think this is the main problem for the Israelis, that with all the might that they have, and with all the successes in ethnically cleansing half of the Palestinians and taking over the whole of historical Palestine, they have millions of people inside and millions of people outside who will not give up the struggle for normality, for humanity. And I think this is a far more dangerous, if you want, a threat to regimes like the Zionist one than just liberation movement looking for a small state next to Israel, or a liberation movement that talks just about national self-determination. I think the main problem for Israel is that it's based on inhumanity, on the dehumanization of another people, which is implemented, which is manifested in every act of Israel. And this dehumanization eventually would, I think, bring it down, because there is something very basic here in the relationship between colonizer and colonized, occupier and occupied. And I think the Palestinian struggle has succeeded over the years to combine its national struggle with its struggle for social justice and humanity. And that's why today in the world, the struggle for Palestine epitomizes struggle for justice everywhere in the world. Not because it's the only struggle, or what the Palestinians are suffering is the worst kind of catastrophe, but because it really symbolizes a struggle for justice that it's still not acknowledged and denied hypocritically by the Western governments, either because they're afraid, or because someone bought them, or because God knows why. But it's this insincerity, this double talk, and this hypocrisy and exceptionalism, I think, are something that shields Israel until now, but I don't think it will be forever a very proper shield that will protect it from the wrath and the struggle for justice, not just in Palestine, but in the world as a whole.
Do you think, is it fair to say that the Nakba was an inevitable consequence of Zionism? Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely, because as I said in my talk, Zionism is an ethnic cleansing, a settler colonial project that is motivated by this logic of the elimination of the native. The moment Britain destroyed the capacity of the Palestinians to defend themselves in the 1930s, the moment the international community totally ignored the democratic rights of the Palestinians for independence and statehood, and the moment that Soviet Union and its allies provided weapons to the Zionist military force, the Palestinians, who were pastoral people without any military capacity and just a will to live normal life, had no chance in front of this machine that was determined to make Palestine a land without people. It was always a land with a people, but they wanted to make it a land without its original people. And although they didn't succeed totally in it, even a partial success is exactly what the Nakba is all about.
Other than BDS, what ways can we help put a pause to the ethnic cleansing, or try and slow it down, or help the Palestinians within Palestine?
Well, first of all, the BDS, of course, is a very important part of the struggle for justice in Palestine, and will continue to play a crucial role, I think, in our struggle for justice. No less important, I think, is to try and persuade the universities and educational programs and ministries of education, especially in places like Britain, to teach the history for what it was. We still are not there. There are too many textbooks in the British, for example, educational system, and in the Western universities that ignore the Nakba. The Nakba is still denied on too many levels. It's denied by the mainstream media in Britain and the West. It's denied by the politicians in the media in the West. BDS is an important part of pressuring Israel and sending a crucial message to Israel that its ongoing policies are not accepted. But I think we also we need to defend the memory of the Nakba and struggle against a denial, very much as people, and rightly so, I sympathize with it, struggle against the denial of the Holocaust. I come from a German Jewish family. I lost most of my relatives and immediate family in the, not immediate family, I'm sorry, but a lot of my relatives were killed by the Nazis during the Holocaust, and I take part in every struggle against Holocaust denial, but equally, we should take the same effort. We should make the same effort against the Nakba denial, the catastrophe denial, and I think this is not just about BDS. This is really going into universities, into educational system, into the media, influencing the speeches by politicians to make sure that the public discourse in Britain and in the West is aware of, first of all, what happened, secondly, that it was denied, and most importantly, maybe, that it's still going on. And we are trying very hard to do it, but and I think there were some very significant achievements when it comes to the civil society, but as I said before, there's still a lot of work to be done, especially in the corridors of power, where it really matters when it comes to policy making.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I've got a question for Dr. Husni, and I'd like to ask about how difficult is it to speak on the Nakba and on the right of return as a Palestinian in the UK? And I think Dr. Ilan touched on it a bit at the end, but for you, Dr. Husni, how difficult has it been for you to speak on these issues?
I must say that it is getting more difficult. If I'm just saying from 1975, when I arrived in the UK as a teenager, and later on I was at universities until today. which I am still at universities in some form or shape. And it is getting more difficult to talk. They are bringing more cards to oppose anyone who wants to talk about the right to return. They are extending some of the definitions, such as anti-Semitism, to entail and encompass any criticism to Israel or to the prime minister or to the actions, military actions, and so on. So it is becoming more difficult, but also I think that there is a lot of work within societies, within the students, and I have a lot of hope. And I believe that if history is not taught properly at universities or at schools, then we should really bring lecturers such as Professor Ilan and many others and ourselves and talk about the history as we know it. And if someone wants to talk in a different narrative, I attended a few of that, and people claim that they have a different narrative to the mainstream, and I'm talking from the viewpoint of Israel. Then it is the same narrative to me, and it is a narrative that is avoiding telling the truth, avoiding the fact that Palestine was there. It is in the books. You can go back to old books and you find that the map of Palestine is there, the history is there, and they're trying to change that. I think this is our main task, is really just to go back to what things were and start from that point. I also, and that is again a personal experience, I also in the last a few years, historically, Palestine has been the center not only for the Arabs but also for the Muslims. This is a fact in general, and many others across the world who love freedom and who are just and who are fair. So Islamic societies, for example, were carrying the flag of, if you like, the Palestinian right to return, etc. And some of the societies in the recent years are doing that less so, and they are sort of in being busy doing other good projects, in my opinion, but missing in a big way in 2017, the 100th anniversary of Balfour. And that year should have been a big year to talk about Balfour Declaration, about Palestine, about history, and again take that opportunity to put back the history where it was. That's in a nutshell. And going back to the people, the individuals, what they can is really to communicate that message to their kids and to their grandchildren and so on. Like, I feel that this is, for me, I got married, came back to the United Kingdom later on in my life to do masters and PhD, and I had 3 daughters, and I was talking to their mom saying, these daughters, they don't know anything about Palestine, and I'm really worried. And later on in 2009, my middle daughter, Abrar, she was part of an expedition under George Galloway at the time, Viva Palestine, to drive all the way from London to Gaza. And I was extremely happy. So there is something, I would say loosely, in the genes that we should communicate. The narration of these stories should not be taken lightly. And the tears behind the narration is not the tears. Of course, we have mercy, we have rahmah, as they say, to that generation who put so much. The generation of my father established education not only in Gaza, they established it in the Gulf areas, in Kuwait, in Saudi, in Qatar, and in many areas across the world, as well as other middle middle class jobs. So they actually contributed a lot to the progress of many other countries. So we should be very proud of that, and communicating the stories and documenting. I don't want. There is still part of that generation around. For I have two aunties who survive. One of them is Fatima. She is part of that. Of course, she has not seen like my father. He was at 19 or so he knew what happened before and after, but at least she knows what happened after that. And we need to document and to communicate that experience to the generations within the family and without it as well.
And that sort of brings me on to my next question, because Palestine and Israel are often discussed in the media a lot, but then there's an absence of Palestinians speak on it, and we're often being spoken for or not at all written into the conversation. So how do you think we could bring Palestinians to the forefront of these discussions? What can we do?
First of all, by criticizing these discussions and refusing any results, like what happened in United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. There was no presence of any sort of Palestinian representation. Even the even the representation that we criticize ourselves. We say that they have not done enough, or they are really giving up or giving in to pressures, etc. Even those politicians were not around. So it is really Palestine is being taken to the limit, to the plus infinity or to minus infinity, wherever you like to call it, without even the presence. It's like they said it's like a wedding without the bride or the groom. I don't know, or maybe none of them is around. So we need to refuse any talks that do not. No one is actually. We have not empowered anyone to talk on our behalf. Even our own politicians, when they talk, we come back and say you have been wrong in saying that, or giving in that position, or not putting enough pressure, because we are behind you. Don't be weak. Let alone to have that, with no presence of Palestinians. So I think that's really a very good question, Selena, and I think we need to refuse it, criticize it, and also deny any results of any discussions without Palestinians. And ultimately, there are rights that do not fall with time. Whether you involve Palestinians or not, the right to return does not fall. And also things can change with time. I want to stop. I don't want to go into other areas from there.
I've got one last question for Dr. Husni and Dr. Ilan Pappe, if either of you want to answer it. But will demanding the right of return and focusing more on the Nakba instead of as well as the 1967 war, do you think this will open the door for a one-state solution to be taken more seriously, or for the discussion to move away from the two-state solution towards something else?
I believe that any struggle, any movement should not have one facet. So I can say my poetry, I can write my piece, and so on. But there are so many facets of one thing, and addressing the Nakba is very well and good, but it should not be seen, and it's really powerful, but it should not be seen or taken as the only way into a final resolution or solution. maybe my colleague, Professor Ilan, would really shed a more specific light on that, I'm sure.
Thank you, Dr. Hammuda. Yes, I agree with you. I think you're right, but I really think that it's time to talk about a comprehensive picture. And the problem is still the same problem as it was even before 1948. We have here a colonization of Palestine, and we're looking for ways of decolonizing Palestine. Of course, the decolonization has to take into account in 2020 the presence of a third generation of settlers and so on. And whoever wants to be involved in the discussion, either from inside or outside of the right solution forward, has to just to make sure that this main purpose of how to bring an end to a colonialist apartheid regime should be the main target. If it can be done by two states, I myself personally don't believe it can be done through a two-state solution, but if someone can show us that it can be done by two-state solution, it's fine. I think it can only be done by one-state solution, but in any way, this is something the Palestinian people themselves have to decide. They have to push forward, all of us who show with them solidarity and commitment, and we will follow them, and we will show solidarity with them. They need to be united. They need to have an authentic leadership, and very much like in the struggle against apartheid South Africa, so many people around the world, so many people in the Arab world, in the Muslim world, so many young people would like to support and help. So there is a rare historical opportunity to move the liberation struggle ahead, and the decision of it really lies in the hands of the Palestinian people, and I'm sure that the younger generation eventually will take over and lead the struggle that will never end until Palestine is free and liberated.
Thank you, Dr. Husni, Dr. Ilan, and Farah Kotena. It's been a great discussion. But that's all we have time for. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All the best.
All the best. Thank you.
If the petition letter being sent to the United Nations in order to solidify the right of return for the Palestinian refugees represents you, this is your chance to add your signature and make your voice heard. Enter the website at www.myreturn.net. Enter your details, your name, email, and the town of origin from which you or your family were exiled. Fill in the relevant fields to secure your data, then sign in the box. You have only completed half of the steps. To fully complete the form, you must log on to your email and open the email from the campaign. If you cannot find the email, check your spam folder. Click on Verify to activate your signature. Congratulations! Your participation in the petition has now been confirmed. Return. My right. My decision.
Hi everyone, and welcome to today's talk on Can Student Activism on Campus Change the World? We're very excited to be joined by Aida Manzano Karma, Abdulaziz Suleiman, and Adila Mohammed. Thank you all so much for joining us. Aida Karma is the former president of the Imperial College Palestine Society. Abdulaziz Suleiman is the former president of the Student Union at Sheffield University. And finally, Adila Mohammed is a law and humanities student in South Africa. She's the founder of the University Palestine and a member of the BDS South Africa Coalition, with the aim to increase awareness and compassion through education and activism for issues pertaining to human rights violations. And I'm Amina, the current president of the UCL Friends of Palestine Society. I'll be facilitating today's talk. So before we begin the conversation with today's speakers, I'd like to go ahead and give you all a brief background on today's topic. Student activism on campus is nearly as old as universities themselves. Just as has been happening in communities at large, campus protests and campaigns have become commonplace. From the civil rights movement, anti-apartheid struggles, and the Vietnam War, student activism has been the catalyst for so much important change and progress historically. The struggle for justice in Palestine is still ongoing, and just as it was done before, student activism can be the catalyst for freedom, justice, and equality to be achieved for the Palestinian people. With this background covered, I'd like to go ahead and start this conversation with our speakers today. So Aida, could you please tell us about your experiences as the former president of the Imperial College Friends of Palestine Society?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. And I would like to start by thanking ASAP for organizing this event. I'd like to say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone watching us. And I'm going to be speaking about my challenges and my successes as the former Friends of Palestine president at Imperial College London. So the challenges that I faced are four mainly. So I categorize them into different areas. The first one that I faced was disinterest with the conflict. So people who are not having their rights questioned, people that don't have to go through occupation, and people that don't have to go through checkpoints on the daily, don't see a reason to care. Why should they care if it doesn't affect them or their immediate circle of friends and family? So addressing that disinterest and entering that barrier of empathy is really challenging. Especially I found this to be a problem at Imperial College because our university is STEM-based, so there are no courses on history or war studies or courses that in general study occupation or in conflict. So it's very numerical and there is a tend to have a lack of empathy in this university. The second challenge that I faced was willful ignorance. I know that something is going on, but I'm not sure I want to get into the details of this. I'm not sure I want to involve myself in a topic that is too controversial. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the associations and connotations that comes with being pro-Palestinian and defending human rights. Because some people find that uncomfortable, and it is uncomfortable to say, I'm facing and I'm seeing human rights violation, and I choose to take a stance against that. So that is the second challenge that I faced when I first arrived at university. Another challenge that I faced, which was perhaps more implicit and I expected less, was hidden agendas. So people will come forward to support you. There's a lot of supporters of the pro-Palestinian movement, and there's very diverse supporters of the pro-Palestinian movement. But not all of them have the best interest at heart for Palestinians. So this is what I mean with hidden agendas, people trying to make the conflict partisan or religious as opposed to a political conflict. So that's very important because then this will backfire for the Palestinian image, and this will be a great point of attack towards Palestinian activism, as those will be the reasons why Palestinians will be accused, for example, of you have affiliations with a political party that is considered a terrorist political party. So that's another challenge that I faced. And so from these challenges, I obviously wasn't aware of them once I first started university and I first knew that there was a Palestinian society at our university. So they were things that I learned through trial and error, things that we learned as a society with my wonderful committee members. And through these challenges, we managed to overcome them. And that's what I want to talk about today. So the successes that we had. When I first joined Imperial, the Friends of Palestine Society was very tiny. I would say it was about probably 12 people. And our first socials would not exceed 15 people. There was very little presence on campus. And I know that there was people that would have loved to join the society that didn't know it existed. So the actions that we did that allowed us to increase our presence on campus to quite a respectable society now are the following. I focused on trying to have a very diverse presentation of Palestinian society at Imperial College, because if you're leading a society or if you're part of a society, in a way you're an ambassador of that cause. So you need to make sure that you're doing that cause justice. So it's not just about the university, or it's not just about the committee members, it's about the whole weight that comes with being pro-Palestinian. So in no particular order, the things that I try to incorporate into our activism to make sure that it was well-rounded and diverse was firstly to showcase the culture and the tradition of Palestine. I think because of the hardships of being a country that is occupied and being a nation that is constantly stripped of their human rights, there is a very big tendency to victimize ourselves as a people. And I think that is sad, because Palestinians have a joy of life that not many nations can say they have. They have a resilience that needs to be showcased. We have a culture, we have a tradition. We were not a nation artificially manufactured 50 years ago. There's a very long heritage and tradition that comes with being Palestinian. And there's a joy from being Palestinian. We're not victims, and we need to take account of our own narrative. So this can be done through Debke showcases or food events, reading poetry, spoken word, Palestinian music. We have a lot to offer as people. And I think this is crucial to present not only to Palestinians, because we know this as Palestinians, but also to the external people that don't understand about the Palestinian conflict and the Palestinian people as a whole. Secondly, another thing that really allowed us to succeed in increasing our presence on campus was being confident in the truth. So what I mean with this more specifically is knowing your facts. If you are confident and you understand exactly what has happened, what continues to happen, if you're informed, if you understand the chronology of how occupation happens, what are the laws that are discriminatory, how Palestinians are treated as second-class citizens, whenever it comes to you having to defend this or prove this, you will be much more convincing. So you don't have to be a great public speaker. You don't have to do everything at the same time. That's why a society is made up of different committee members. But if everyone in that society is confident that they're doing the right thing, that the truth is on our side, that this isn't just activism for the sake of it, that there's a real story behind this, that we must know and must be very aware of, then it's much more successful when one comes to presenting this externally. So this can be through talks, through seminars, through debates, through people that approach you that are not pro-Palestinian, then the effectiveness is much greater. So just to summarize that, I would like to say, you can't educate other people on the conflict if you yourself are not educated on it. And then next after that is making sure that your events that you design as a society target the different fronts of activism. So for example, there is the university strategy and policy side of activism, making sure that university cuts ties with Zionist organizations or organizations that support occupation. Making sure that BDS is accepted and approved in your university, because ultimately that's a right to be able to boycott, divest, and sanction. Making sure that the university puts out statements acknowledging this. So this is one side of campaigning. Then you have the other side of campaigning, which was education and raising awareness, which I touched upon previously. So for example, bringing speakers that are experts in their field of knowledge, So at Imperial College, we had a speaker event with Salma Karmi Ayoub. She is a lawyer on human rights, and she was absolutely fantastic in explaining very detailedly why occupation is illegal and why what is happening is unfair, not in terms of like emotional or empathy types of events, but more like, here are the facts. This is exactly what's happening, and this is why it's wrong. Which, for example, at Imperial was very successful because that's how the Imperial stereotype student thinks. So tying upon that last point is knowing your audience. Who are you tailoring this to? Are you tailoring this to people that are already pro-Palestinian or supporters of the Palestinian movement? Or are you tailoring this to people that are anti-Palestinian? So knowing your audience is very important in the success of your events. So, for example, if you're going to have an audience that is opposed to the Palestinians, then making sure that you can do events where they can have a ground to speak so that you can take it down and debunk the lies that are spread in that sense. So that's another type of event you can do. So debates, panels, Q&A sessions. These are really important because even if people don't actually participate and ask, even if everyone doesn't ask a question, the people that will be coming to that event will be seeing, how do the Palestinians respond to these questions? Are they able to stand their ground? So again, this is why knowing your truth is so important. And then another type of event that I wanted to mention is raising empathy and understanding. Yes, we know the facts of why Palestinian occupation is wrong. We understand which laws are being broken. We understand the numbers, but do we understand the Palestinian narrative? Do we understand what it is like to walk a mile in those shoes? Can we bring that narrative to the hands of people that have never experienced that? I think that is crucial. And also, when you do that, make sure that you're allowing the Palestinians themselves to speak about this. Don't have someone that hasn't experienced this bring this narrative forward, because we have our own voice. So we shouldn't erase ourselves in that way. And yes, and then finally, and I think this is crucial, is being very careful with your image. As Palestinians, we come under a lot of scrutiny. We have to prove ourselves twice as much as anyone else has to. We're come under question all the time, and we have to justify our actions and, in a sense, be held more accountable than the general public. So make sure to do your background checks. Make sure to understand which speakers are you bringing in, what associations they're part of, what background do they come from, and if this is going to cause controversy or smear the image of your Palestinian society. So in general, to wrap this up, I think it's very important to make sure that we don't fall into a narrative of victimhood. Yes, we are victims in this situation, but we're so much more than that. The Palestinian identity is not defined by being occupied. So this must remain very crucial and very present in every action that you do. Make sure to spread awareness and to know the truth. You can't raise awareness if you yourself are not aware. And finally, make sure to keep a clean image and to always do things meticulously and well. Thank you so much for having me, and I will be open to any questions that anyone has afterwards.
Thank you so much, Ida. You gave a lot of examples of ways students can campaign for Palestinian rights, from educating students through speaker events and putting pressure on UK universities to cut ties with Israeli institutions and organizations in the name of denouncing Israeli war crimes. And I think it's also important for us as student activists to make sure that we ourselves are educated about the Palestinian narrative and the Palestinian history. And I think this leads to a really good interlude to Abdulaziz, who is the former president of the student union at Sheffield University. So Abdulaziz, could you please tell us your experience as the former president?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, all good.
Good, thank you. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. Actually, I thought the previous speaker was really good in describing the ways in which you build kind of an effective PALSOC. I mean, I'll start off by saying this. My experience of the PALSOC when I was SU president is that they were incredibly annoying. And I say this in the most positive way possible. They were annoying because they never left me alone as the SU president. Every single time they had an opportunity, they would be bugging me at my front door saying, have you done this? Have you done that? Have you done that? Have you done that? And it highlights a really important point. If someone says they believe in a cause, if someone says that they agree with you morally, principally on something, then the question you should be posing is, okay, here's a list of actions you can do that will provide support and that will be practically helpful. So I was being asked, okay, what are you doing to pressure the university on their connection with Veolia? What have you done to make sure that we have enough access to good quality speakers coming on campus? What have you done to help with this? What have you done? And the list kind of grows. And I think that's kind of what an effective PALSOC when it's engaging with this SU looks like. It doesn't think we've got someone who's pro-Palestinian elected in a position, that's the end of the day. Actually, it says now that is an opportunity to make sure that the maximum number of people learn about the cause, and the maximum number of people are able to engage in the cause. And I guess, therefore, I want to take it back a few steps, if that's okay. You're completely right, actually, in your intro about the role of students. But I think it's quite important that students understand their role in an anti-apartheid struggle, and that students understand their role in a struggle for justice. We are not, as students on a campus in the United Kingdom or anywhere else, it is not our job to negotiate on behalf of the Palestinians. It is not our job to decide, what they should do, those living in the occupied territories. Our job is to maximize solidarity and maximize pressure on the state of Israel. That is our job. That is our role, right? It is our job to build coalitions of individuals, of groups, and even if we can, of countries that are willing to apply maximum pressure on Israel for the injustice that it is carrying out. It's quite good. I think it's important to highlight that, because I think sometimes it can be on campuses, you can kind of get it carried away and people start deciding they're going to pick what position Palestinians on the ground should take. I think our job is to maximize that kind of unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian cause and with the Palestinian people. So how do we do this? And I'll kind of carry on from where the first speaker said. You've got to first of all fix your PALSOC, and by that what I mean is that your PALSOC should be the most exciting, the most interesting society on your campus. It has to be somewhere that is open, that people feel happy to come to, that is not boring, that is constantly asking itself the question, what can we do now to try to convince our fellow students, or to inform our fellow students, or to carry on with our campaign? I'm going to come to that in a second. The PALSOC has had clear objectives. So what we used to do is we used to make sure that every year we knew what our main BDS target for that year was, or for that 6-month period. We knew what it was, and therefore it meant that every single meeting we could ask the question, where are we on that? And there was always someone whose job it is to be the lead on that. They're the lead on the main BDS campaign, and therefore they're the one that's constantly being asked, okay, where are we on the campaign? And they'll turn to you and say, listen, we need you guys to help out with this thing that we're doing that's part of the main BDS target that we have this year on campus or off campus or in our city. And especially now that there's some legal rulings around local councils and their ability to carry out BDS, that means that there's another avenue and an open door in which people can do campaigning. Upskill your PALSOC. At the PALSOC, I think the other thing is, just like the speaker said, is educate yourself and educate others. You have to get to a point where any member of your society alone, if the rest of society suddenly disappeared into thin air, could articulate and defend the positions of the cause. What that means is that you actually treat everyone with absolute respect. If someone comes to your society and they want to be involved, you get them on the committee. I will admit, we used to have a never-ending committee. If you turned up to more than one meeting in a row, you suddenly ended up with a position on the committee. So we had a very, very, very large committee. But the point was, you're now on the committee, you have a responsibility, and actually part of the education, someone in the society was the education kind of officer, the person that made sure that everyone was capable of articulating the case. If they were shoved in front of the debating society, they could do it competently. And take yourself seriously. You're actually involved in a struggle for justice, for real peace and justice. That means that actually, it isn't just you're not part of a purely social society that's there about just getting to know each other. You're really involved in something very serious. And I remember in certain bits of our campaigns, for example, when we knew the Israeli ambassador was coming on campus, it very much was crisis, kind of like everyone in the room together, laptops, getting everything ready, getting our publicity, getting stuff ready for social media, getting stuff ready for disruption, getting stuff ready for it's treated like a very serious thing because it is a serious cause and a serious thing, and people are dying, right? And that kind of is a permanent state of puts you in a permanent state of motivation, but also make sure that the people there aren't made depressed by the permanent state of motivation. By that as well. There was make sure there's socials, make sure people have an opportunity just to get to relax sometimes in between their campaigning and their work. And I guess that's where once you've and recruitment, that's the other one. Any event that you host or that you hold is an opportunity to find new people. One of the best campaigners we had in our PALSOC was a member of Amnesty. We went to one Amnesty meeting. We kind of talked a bit about the Palestinian cause. They were interested. Before you knew it, we'd I wouldn't say stole them, but we'd kind of got them involved in Palestine activism, and they were fantastic. For years, they were one of the best campaigners on campus. Take advantage of the fact that you will get pushback. So, for example, we wanted to pass a BDS motion, and we were told it wasn't possible. But luckily, there was one person who was obsessed with constitutions, obsessed with them, and he had read the entirety of the SU constitution, and he was able to turn around and go, actually, that's not true. Theoretically, if we're able to get 1,500 signatures before, within the next, I think it was something like 8 days, we can force a referendum on campus. And so that's exactly what the PALSOC did. That's exactly what we did. We knocked on first-year doors and got 1,500 signatures. Actually, we made sure we got more than that in case half of them were rejected. We ended up with, I think, 2,000 or something in the end. Put that on the table of the SU, forced a referendum, and won the referendum. And, the key thing is this, that in that process, you engage with more and more people. And I think this is where I really want to emphasize, you want to win the common sense. You want to win your campus, right? Like on our campus, for a period, I mean, this was years ago, you couldn't be elected the SU president without support of the PALSOC. Not because the PALSOC was large or not because of any, actually it was quite, it wasn't any larger than some of the really large sites. It was because it was full of the most active people. And if they supported you, they didn't just support you and say, oh, I think it'd be nice if you're SU president. No, they campaigned for you. And people were elected as SU president whose entire campaign team were just PALSOC, right? Who basically were like, well, listen, we'll get this person elected, and these are the things that we would expect them to do as SU president, right? And there's this real sense that when you host an event, you make sure anyone and everyone can come. Invite the local community, invite local law firms, invite anyone and everyone you can, because you might find a lawyer who wants to do pro bono work in the future. You might find a doctor who wants to go out and do medical aid in Palestine. Actually, one of the best talks we had was a doctor who actually served in Gaza. You might find anything as possible. Right, and I think there's genuine stories of people who became Palestine activists for decades because of one chance meeting with a student at some point in the past. And funny enough, that student goes on and does something else with their life, but that person stayed committed to the cause. And I think that's the key thing, is that you're trying to win your case on campus, but every single year make sure you have at least one primary BDS target, one target that is primarily about helping to move the cause forward. And I think this is where it becomes really important. The PALSOC has to appreciate where it fits into the process towards the liberation of Palestine. If you're in the United Kingdom and you're at a British university, you should be seeking to change the British government's foreign policy position, right? By whatever means you're able to do that. You should be seeking to make it uncomfortable and difficult for British companies who are engaging and supporting the occupation. Use your vantage point to the maximum. At your university, while you are a student, you should be seeking to make sure that your university is not a contributor to the occupation. It is nice to do, it's nice to do awareness, and we do awareness because it's absolutely necessary. But we do awareness in order to recruit people, engage people, so that those people can help with the actions. Because in the end, it's those actions that are the expression of the cause. And I think that the cultural point was really good, because sometimes some people need a softer approach into activism. And we always used to say, listen, wear scarves, wear stickers, wear whatever on campus, because you're trying to win over the common sense on your campus and to change that space. And I could go on all day about the different kinds of things, but when that happens on lots of campuses, when it becomes infectious, when you have a clear plan, when you're recruiting people, when people are literally feeling like this is the most interesting thing they're doing on campus and the most important thing they're doing on campus, it becomes infectious. And I think we were part of a generation of people where so many people were joining PALSOCs across the country that we were able to pass BDS at the NUS as well, and annoy Netanyahu on the way. And I think in the last couple of years, there has been a real big pushback, but that doesn't mean that enthusiasm and that energy has completely dissipated. And it doesn't mean that there isn't incredible possibilities on campus right now. And it doesn't mean that there is anything, that there isn't an even greater urgency. Now, there is an ever greater urgency, but there are so many options and possibilities so long as the PALSOC itself takes what it does seriously, that it upskills itself, that it makes sure it's educated, that it has a clear objective, that it meets regularly, that it treats crises like crises, like get everyone around the table, get your laptops out, cancel out the evening, and start working on it, and that you are very systematic in the way you approach it. And I'll end with this. We pressured our university into not renewing its contract with Veolia at the time. Now, I mean, you can argue whether or not the university would have done it anyway, but we made sure to engage in the calculus that was taking place inside their minds. We made sure we were an extra factor in whether or not to take on this company. But what did that mean? For us as a PALSOC, that meant that all of us became intimately aware of how waste management contracts worked. Right? I mean that genuinely. We sat around reading contracts, reading bits of EU law, reading bits of British law on whether human rights could apply to cases of waste management. We made sure that our case was as forceful as possible to the university, and we made sure our case came from several different directions at the same time, and we made sure we knew exactly who the decision makers were, and we made sure that they were aware that we were more than happy to carry out occupations and to be disruptive if they continued with it. And whether or not that was the reason why they broke the contract, I can tell you this for free, it definitely factored into their calculations. And I think that's part of what it means to be an effective PALSOC on a campus, but we made sure to publicize it because we really want that to go to Veolia. So this is the other thing, is social media. But I'll stop because I feel like I've gone on for a bit too much. But you know, if you've got a PALSOC, you should be thinking, what's our big graphic and our big video every week? Because if 50 PALSOCs around the country are doing this, you're also filling the internet with positive content. And I think that's the key. You win the cultural battle online, you win the cultural battle on campus, you win the cultural battle nationally, and you win practical objectives along the way that are about putting pressure on the state of Israel, putting pressure on those who support the occupation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdulaziz. It was really interesting to hear your thoughts, and I think it's important for us, like you said, to see ourselves as student activists who are a part of the larger effort for Palestinian freedom, and it's important for not just our committee members to be educated, but also the society members, and to equip those students with the necessary skill sets and tools to be able to argue for Palestinian rights. So thank you so much for that. And I think this is a good interlude to our next speaker, Adila. So Adila, from your knowledge and your experience, could you please tell us about South Africa's role in attaining liberation from an oppressive regime?
Thank you so much for having me. It's been so interesting to hear the speakers before, just to see how different universities conduct their student organizations and activism and stuff, and it's just really inspiring to see. For what I'm going to say, I'm going to just talk about apartheid in South Africa in general, in linking it to Palestine, and then how students challenge that regime and how students continue to do that in South Africa when it comes to Palestine, having already conquered the apartheid regime. So basically, I just want to start off by saying that apartheid isn't just used for South Africa's past. Like we know, it's used in international law to describe a category of regime that's defined in the United Nations International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. This was in 1973, and the definition was thereafter refined in Article 7 of the Rome Statute of the International Court. I know that it's kind of boring to always list these things and whatnot, but I am going to quote statute just for a second, just because it's important to note what formal rules or regulations are laid down, so that when challenging something, we're able to draw power from everything that we can that was created for that specific cause. So basically, the convention defines
the crime of apartheid as inhumane acts that are committed in the context of an institutionalized regime of systematic oppression and domination by one racial group over any other racial group or groups, and committed with the intention of maintaining that regime. There's obviously overwhelming evidence that the system instituted by the Israeli government against the Palestinian people meets the UN definition of apartheid. And basically, because of that, Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory constitute one territorial unit under complete Israeli control. Israel carries out various acts that are prohibited by the UN Apartheid Convention, the same way the white apartheid regime carried out various acts against the black majority in South Africa in apartheid. These include the forcible transfer of Palestinians to make way for illegal Israeli settlements, or preventing Palestinians from returning to their homes and their lands, or persecution of Palestinians because of their opposition to apartheid. So those are just a few, but all of them are reminiscent of the South African apartheid regime to a frightening degree. Like, you think you realize the severity of the situation, and then you see it formalized, and it's even more frustrating. But that's also where the motivation and the drive in challenging such a system lies, particularly from the view of South African youth. We were able to conquer the apartheid South Africa, recognizing its unjust and cruel nature, which allows us to then realize and contextualize the struggle against the regime of Israeli apartheid. So I just want to talk about the youth of South Africa real quick, and how they were so vital in ending the struggle against apartheid, and how it contributed so much to the end of that regime. Most of this occurred in the 1970s. The South African Student Organization was established, and it continued gathering support from campus to campus, educating people, educating students of what inequality was that they were facing, because by then it had been normalized to such a degree by that generation. Their activities became more and more radical, and they were very open in their hostility to the apartheid regime and against white supremacist rule. This organization also mobilized enough to carry their message to high schools, not just university campuses. And that was done with educating and preparing young scholars for leadership in the Black community. I want to draw special attention to an event that I think every South African is familiar with, which is the 1976 Soweto uprising. This uprising raised the political awareness of students and introduced a fresh and needed expression of youth independence and their initiative to change their surroundings, starting with their schools. On the 16th of June 1976, Black students protested using Afrikaans as the medium of instruction in schools, and about 20,000 students took part in this protest, and they were met with vicious police brutality, with many students, high school students, being shot and killed. The number of deaths is given as 176, but it's estimated to go up to 700. The 16th of June is now recognized as a public holiday in South Africa. It is Youth Day. To me, that shows that the power and the expectation of the South African youth to reject injustice and stand with whomever combats apartheid. So when looking at campus activism and its importance and its effects, I'm going to try and talk about it generally, which led to my work on my own campus, and then talk further on that. So I'm a student at Stellenbosch University in South Africa. It was the place where apartheid was created, which is fun to know, and the university itself was made by white people for only white people as an Afrikaans educational institution. To understand that, I just want to contextualize apartheid in South Africa, being the system of laws and regulations where a fully white oppressive government was ruling over the nation of a white minority to the extent that it influenced universities. In this regime, people of color were persecuted, denied access to power and facilities of the same standard as their white counterparts. This is why I speak about Stellenbosch University being a white university, because back in apartheid, I would never have been able to go there. I would never have been able to set foot in Stellenbosch town. Basically, apartheid, being true to its nature of apartness, is ideally condemned on the world stage because of its unfair and unjust nature, as I mentioned in the statute earlier. With that, the collapse of the apartheid regime does impact world history, because it becomes about the persistence, because it involves the persistence and severe internal resistance as well as external external pressures. In South Africa, we saw the resoluted external pressures through boycotts and protests carried out by countries which had an impact like USA and Britain. What's important to take from those boycotts and protests is the popularization of the idea of divestment and withdrawing institutional funding and support for business ventures in a country which is apartheid-like in nature. When I think about that, I also think about how many universities in the US were pressured by students into divesting. When participating or instigating a sense of activism and responsibility in the youth, it's difficult to remain motivated in light of the overwhelming resistance or ignorance of the world. And when that happens, it's important to remember how South Africa and how South African universities show the world that moral pressure could be contributed to the dismantling of an immoral system. So at Stellenbosch University, I created the SU Palestinian Solidarity Forum, which is in its third year? Yeah, in its third year of existence now. It's a human rights student organization which holds the aim of dismantling the culture of apathy among Stellenbosch students and to show that despite the bubble that we feel that we're in and that we exist in this university, that students will take the initiative to learn about and take action against what we know is unjust and what the international world does condemn. So when I was creating this society and coming up with our visions and mission statements, every choice was intentional. There was emphasis when participating in activism is being institutionally rejected. There needs to be an intentionality behind that to show that the institution you're battling against does not gain the upper ground. So this goes to the wording of the society. For example, we call it the Stellenbosch Palestinian Forum, Solidarity Forum, which means that it's open to discussion and debate. It is a secular society. There's no mention nor allowance of religious involvement or distraction of any kind, because in a university and town like Stellenbosch, where there's a very strong Christian Zionist movement, you shouldn't allow religion to play a part in whether or not human rights are being violated, because they are, and that is, it shouldn't be questioned. So basically, the PSF aims to educate people and build a community based on understanding, shared knowledge, and a shared humanity. That's the only way to build solidarity. And I just want to build on this concept of solidarity from the point of a university society. Solidarity demands that we embrace boycotts, divestment, and sanctions. And that's not just in what we eat or the electronics that we use. It includes the way we think and what we regard as normal or justified, and also what we are taught in our academic institutions. Solidarity means that we cannot allow political parties or human rights organizations, UN-linked organizations, and academic institutions to operate in blissful ignorance of the dire state of affairs in Palestine. Speaking of academic institutions, I bring attention to Stellenbosch University, and of course so many others, with the acknowledgement that we cannot allow institutions to claim that they are active and informed when they are still supporting or even doing nothing to contribute to the resistance of against an illegal occupation. Our solidarity comes in all forms. It comes in the boycotts of certain companies, the protests of certain institutions, objecting to certain parts of our syllabus. It comes in the form of our students making use of open spaces created to have fruitful and informing discussions, to share opinions, to disagree, and to learn. When I started at my university a couple of years ago, I saw that we had a Friends of Israel society and no student society to represent or connect with the struggles of Palestine. At first, I thought this was odd because every other university in South Africa does have some formal association or society which stands in solidarity with Palestine through education, etc. Then I realized I was at Stellenbosch University, which is the least progressive university in South Africa, as it still holds many values from when it was established in apartheid for white Afrikaners. Basically, I found that the lack of representation of the Palestinian struggle to be metaphorical with the lack of of my university and the majority of students combined, to be one of lacking in acknowledgement. For a South African university, with clear parallels being drawn between apartheid South Africa and the apartheid suffered by Palestinians, it's ridiculous to have no representation. because consequently there's no awareness, no education, and no challenging the status quo of our university, which is of silence. It was, of course, quite difficult to start the SU Palestinian Solidarity Forum, considering that Stellenbosch Uni has quite a Zionist stance due to funding, alumni who favor the apartheid regime, and the large Christian Zionist presences in our town. And there's also a very much a general denial of apartheid reminders at our institution. And to have a society that brings attention to Israeli apartheid and draws the parallels between South African apartheid and Israeli apartheid is not favored by such institutions. But Aluta Continua, we were able to form a legitimate and valid student organizations. We faced threats against our safety, threats that I won't be able to continue studying at my institution, or that the PSF would be banned, things like that. With that, I see the existence and the continued work of the PSF to be a testament to the progress that students have made and continue to make in dismantling the culture of apathy and separation from struggle that Stellenbosch students exhibit. Just to show how the existence of the PSF shows the slow progression on my campus, in the year before I started, we had protest poetry as part of our English literature syllabus, and a lot of it was Palestinian poetry, and it was reported by certain funders of our university that this was anti-Semitic and it was victimizing people who are attending the university and things like that, and it's making them feel uncomfortable. And the university did not take even a month to change the syllabus completely. So it just shows the need for a PSF. Ultimately, my goal was to create an atmosphere of awareness and activism through compassion. And of course, with that comes a solidarity with those suffering beyond our borders. I think activism and the creation of organizations such as the Stellenbosch PSF or ASAP shows the potential and power among the youth, both in South Africa and internationally, to challenge injustice in our private, public, and academic spaces, and ultimately realize that we are capable of changing mindsets and structures that do not support the needed notion of Ubuntu, which is the philosophy that's implemented and promoted through most activist spaces in South Africa, because it promotes the common good of society and includes humaneness as an essential element of human growth. Organizations like this exist to ensure the progressive movement of people, students, and institutions in the understanding of the occupation in Palestine to take action to validate our mindsets that preach decolonization and understand the significance of our stance. When it comes to something as universal as human rights, student organizations should employ mechanisms of compassion and understanding of issues of apartheid, inequality, and injustice. Particularly at a South African university, now filled with South Africans who consciously emerged from an apartheid past, we were able to attain rights, equality, and the possibility of self-determination, and as such, are a country of people that should be inspired and motivated to act against any apartheid-like structures, be it in our own country, university, or anywhere internationally. And while we know and recognize the importance of student activism and the power of the youth when it comes to such matters of injustice and oppression, there are still so many challenges faced by activists who participate in this. I think it differs according to what each individual's focus is, but for me in South Africa, with the Stellenbosch University PSF and all the other causes that demand our attention in South Africa, the biggest challenge is the constant threat of disillusionment. This is because other obstacles are oftentimes external, and for me, they're much easier to overcome. Ida set the steps out for that really well, and Abdi also stated how to equip students to deal with the cultural process of that. Disillusionment comes from our expectation of instant gratification, which does not ever get satisfied, because when it comes to human rights, that has unfortunately never been a result. That, and then the issues within our own countries, which we know need attention and need to be resolved. In South Africa, that could be tackling the ongoing institutionalized racism, facing decolonization of our minds and syllabus, and the most immediate being the severe levels of gender-based violence in South Africa. No activist can say that they only care about one issue and devote themselves solely to that. That is where the intersectionality of activism comes in. It is in our nature to be compassionate and empathetic to injustices of every nature. This in turn leads to exhaustion and could result in one's burning out. I speak from my experience and from witnessing activists that I have led with. We burn out because we care so much and do so much, and the opposing battle continues on and we feel defeated constantly. We need to remember that we are not battling a single person. We are not in conflict with Netanyahu or Trump. We are going against the establishments that have developed over decades. We need to remember that we need to remember this and therefore create sustainable forms of activism. We need to empower each branch of our society with knowledge and drive as their most important resources. And with that, we can teach and mold activism for future generations to carry out. It also could be resisting and rejecting regimes that go against the nature of human rights by propagating BDS. This is not simply a slogan, but a movement that if we normalize and engage with correctly, we do not see it as an extra burden contributing to burning out. We do not need to consciously be like, oh, I can't do this, and this, because it's going to contribute to injustices happening in Palestine, because it would be so normalized. Student organizations like with this need to actively and intentionally learn from presences that we are not usually exposed to. For example, in the PSF's first year of existence, we were able to host the former public prosecutor, Chili Madonsela, who formed part of the ANC, which is the governing party in South Africa, who has a clear stance of being pro-Palestine because of our apartheid past and the acknowledgement of the parallels between Israeli apartheid and South Africa. And here, being able to host her allowed us to expose ourselves to completely different views, completely different resources, the laws and statutes she was quoting and referencing, all of that. It also allowed a lot more people to be involved in our event because of the big name being drawn. In our second year of operation, we were able to host Lima Nazeh, who's a Palestinian activist, who basically just told us how her expressing herself and her existence is a threat to Israel and to the Israeli regime, which shows us how powerful one person's voice can be, and that obviously has a really good effect for the society in empowering all the people who were able to hear that. And then the last person we hosted was Miko Peled, who's also going to be speaking in this conference, where he taught us how to be very clearly against Israel. So much so that you should not even entertain the existence of an apartheid state without like picking and choosing. He was like, you need to be very clear. So it's all these different voices with different opinions and different life experiences that contribute to a society developing over the years. Also, when realizing the challenges that come with activism, particularly on a youth and a campus level, it's important to note the intersectionality of activism, as I mentioned before. It was also mentioned by Ilan that the issue of Palestine is one of justice everywhere. I want to just end off by saying that the Palestinian people are not going to go away. Political realities are being changed by the people of the world everywhere, particularly with students. Palestinians will be steadfast, and the soul of the humanitarian world is going to continue to be with them. The world is ever changing, but Palestine continues to inspire, and the world will change to its side. The determination of the Palestinian people should be an example for students, especially activists who want to contribute to these student organizations, to remain steadfast and remain true to their mission statements of their student organizations, which advocate for the liberation of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adina. That was a really interesting talk. And I think it's important for us to learn about and from other campaigns, because ultimately the Palestinian struggle is one that is centered around basic human rights violations. And as done with anti-apartheid campaigns on student campuses, I think it's important to build strong links to mobilize students with their universities, but also across and between universities when advocating for the Palestinian cause. So I'd like to invite back the other speakers to discuss more about student activism. And I'd like to ask you all just in the name of time, just a question or any advice or message you guys have for first-year students joining university who are interested in the Palestinian struggle, and bearing in mind that most things are happening virtually now as a result of COVID. What we'll start off with Ida. What message would you give to first-year students?
So the message I would give, and I'll tailor it to COVID now, is believe in yourself. Honestly, it sounds really cliche, but I know that when I joined as a first year, I didn't think I could change much. I knew there was a Friends of Palestine Society, but I didn't know that I could actually, make it any better. I didn't know how I could contribute. I was fresh out of high school. What do I know about activism and being pro-Palestinian aside from what I've read and what I've experienced? But honestly, the way that I got involved in Friends of Palestine was absolutely by chance. I actually started getting involved in the newspaper society, and I'd written an article on the Balfour Declaration because I think it was the 100 years anniversary on the Balfour Declaration. So I'd written a paper, an article, a newspaper on it, and I didn't think I was being very pro-Palestinian. I thought I was being straight to the facts, but facts sometimes upset people because, again, it's about the truth. So when I wrote that, it started a chain of reaction of people replying articles on the newspaper. And, I'd end up replying to them as well and writing responses because I was editor to it. And in the end, the newspaper society, which is a really big society in our university, decided to have a live stream debate between me and the other person that was replying to most of the articles. I think it was like 4 or 5 in total. And the live stream debate was really good. I mean, people were very supportive of Friends of Palestine, and they thought that I was writing the article in the name of Friends of Palestine Society. So actually, the president of Friends of Palestine at the time contacted me to join them. I wasn't writing in the name of Friends of Palestine. I was just writing in my own name. So that's really how it started, and it started from just one article that I didn't even think was going to make that much of a change. And, from there on, I got involved and we organized talks, and our talks ended up going from 30 people attendance in first year to 300 by last year. And it's honestly just consistency and persevering and trial and error. Like, accept your defeats, understand the times that, your event didn't work, you didn't have that much reach, be critical from it and understand why that happened. But for first years, I would say, this year in particular with COVID, I know COVID is restrictive, but I actually think so much of this being online is good because you have such a bigger reach. Like, you don't have to have people actually attending your events. Again, going back to the example of the newspaper, now we actually see the numbers of engagement, and it's about like 7,000 people reading the articles. You have no way of knowing that when you post your article on the newspaper. You don't know how many people pick up that article and read it. But now you actually can, with the events being online, and you can have a much wider reach thanks to the power of social media. So, don't overthink it. Just join, just start whichever way you think you can do best. And most of the times you probably won't even be intending for it to be impactful or meaningful, but it just will, and you will somehow find the best way that you can contribute to activism. So that would be my advice for first years.
Thank you so much, Ida. I think it is definitely important for us to constantly reflect on what went well and what to do differently moving forward. And social media is definitely a key tool in promoting the Palestinian cause. Abdulaziz, is it okay if you could give us a message for first year students? Oh, I think you're muted.
Hello. Okay. Yes. So I take something from that first point, actually, which is that every single individual, every single event you have is an opportunity to find new people, to recruit new people, to commit, because people are happy to commit their times to something, right? And sometimes it's the first thing they meet. Maybe it's the I don't know, it's the rugby team or the whatever. But if you, as the PALSOC, get there and engage them, they'll join you. And different people come with different skill sets. If they are a writer, then they should be writing for the student paper, right? If they can make graphics, then they should be making graphics that go online every week. And a lot of this will be about a systematic process, right? It's about thinking to yourself, what can we do? What's my contribution every week? Right? If you can make graphics, you should be trying to make a brand new graphic every week, because it just takes one graphic to go viral and become iconic as opposed to just another random graphic, right? If you're writing an article, that one article may seem like the previous speaker said, it might just seem like another article you've written, but that might be the article that convinces someone down the line who ends up being a policymaker in a government somewhere that decides to change its position on the Palestinian cause, right? Because these things are so fragile. It's so difficult to know exactly where victory comes from, right? You know, the South African cause is a fascinating one, because it isn't just about people kind of celebrating in parks and saying, you know, free Mandela and whatever. You know, it's a combination of people carrying out boycotts, pressure on the Afrikaans middle class who were being ostracized abroad. It was battlefield victories by the Cuban military in Angola. Like, there's lots of things happening at exactly the same time that produce a circumstance in which the apartheid regime goes, you know what, free Mandela, right? You know, we can't hold him in prison anymore, right? And I think this is the key thing, right? To understand that your campus and your society is not going to liberate Palestine alone, but to understand where it fits into the process, and to realize that your talents are valuable, whatever they are. If you're a musician, write a song, right? If you're a campaigner and you're completely up for it, run for a position on your campus, and then after that, run for a position in your country, right? You know, this is kind of it, right? Whatever. If you're a business person, then go into business and then make sure that your finances are at the disposal of the cause, right? There are many, many, many different paths towards supporting the cause, but it requires a great deal of selflessness, and it requires a great deal of commitment, and it requires a great deal of accepting that this is not about us or ourselves. It will actually be, you know, you will just, you know, who knows who truly was the deciding factor that ended apartheid in South Africa, right? It may be any number of the people outside, right? No one knows who was the decisive moment, but all of us, as long as we're contributing, moments are valuable. So that's what I would say. I'd say recruit as many first years as you can if you're a PalSoc. Let them do what they enjoy. Stop trying to, you know, don't bore them to death in a meeting, right? Let them do what they enjoy. Ask them what they enjoy. Get them to do that thing, right? Get them to do it repeatedly, and always try to link it to some sort of objective. Like, pick the biggest target around yourself. If you know your local council has a multi-billion-pound contract with a contractor that also deals in Israel, you've got a multi-billion-pound target. That's a good target, right? And do not get distracted, whatever you do, by pro-Israelis on your campus. They're going to waste your time, right? Spend your time on the £1 billion contract just off your campus, which you can organize your students with, which can get a few other societies to help you out with, which you can just keep applying pressure, and which you can try to embarrass them out of, or force them out of, or get elected officials to help you with it, rather than picking a fight with, like, you know, Tim or something who keeps being loudmouthed on campus, right? It's a waste of your time, but something else is much more valuable. I guess that's what I'd say to a first year.
Thank you so much. I completely agree. I think it's important to ensure that we continuously recruit new students into the Palestinian cause when it comes to student activism, to ensure that there's progress and we build on and improve year to year. And we need to look at ourselves as part of the bigger picture and contribute with whatever skills we do possess. Adila, do you have any thoughts and any messages to first year students?
Yeah, basically, just realize that social justice and change comes from so many people and so many different forms of knowledge being shared. Don't be too intimidated. It is your first year, for example. Don't be too intimidated, because you are here to learn. You are here to develop your skill set, to understand more about how to develop your activism. For example, I'd also want to say to use the restrictions of COVID to your advantage by reaching out to people everywhere in the world, and diversify your student events. For example, hosting like Zoom discussions or interviews like this, or conferences like this, or even just posting things we post on Instagram, because now you have so much more time and focus for that specific platform, for example. Also, one thing that I think would be quite interesting is doing more research, because there's always things that you can get involved in from the comfort of your own home. For example, Amnesty International has a Right for Rights campaign. Now, if you have this time, do research into certain political prisoners, for example, and write to necessary governments or officers about why the imprisonment of this specific person is unjust and against international human rights laws, and all of that, and engage with things like Amnesty International to get that out there. So just use your time more efficiently than you would, because you have so much of it now just to do.
Thank you so much for that. I completely agree. It can be intimidating and, as you said, exhausting. And it's important that we do take our time and check in on ourselves and make sure that we are being active, but in a sustainable way. And it's important at times like COVID for us to pivot and maybe focus on social media or on organizing online events to educate people. I just want to take a minute to thank you all for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure to get to know you all and to discuss student activism and to hear your thoughts. And just to our audience, if you do have any questions about the panels and any of the future talks, the conference is streamed on our social media, and you can check on the Facebook page where you can ask your questions. Thank you all for joining us today.
لعيونه رح بنغني. مدوا الأيادي مدوا حبوا بعض واتحدوا سوا بنحقق كل الأماني. نفدي الوطن ونحبه هو الوطن في مثله ونألف له النشيد ونغني له الأغاني. جيل ورا جيل مالنا بديل عنها واحنا كبار دليل. من النقب وإلى الجليل متمسكين بأرضنا. يلا مدوا ايديكم يلا يلا بنغسل رام الله. احنا كلنا شعب واحد والله ما في فرق بينا. Now hold hands of each other, come all love one another. Unite and make all wishes come true. For our homeland we sacrifice, there is no other place as nice. We ride bombs for it and sing them for it too. مدوا الأيادي مدوا حبوا بعض يلا واتحدوا. حبوا بعض واتحدوا. نفدي الوطن ونحبه هو الوطن في مثله. هو الوطن في مثله. مدوا الأيادي مدوا حبوا بعض واتحدوا سوا بنحقق كل الأماني. نفدي الوطن ونحبه هو الوطن في مثله ونألف له النشيد ونغني له الأغاني. Now hold hands of each other, come all love one another. Unite and make all wishes come true. For our homeland we sacrifice, there is no other place as nice. We ride bombs for it and sing them for it too. هو الوطن في مثله. مدوا الأيادي مدوا حبوا بعض واتحدوا سوا بنحقق كل الأماني. نفدي الوطن ونحبه هو الوطن.
شدوا الهم قوي مركب ينده عالحرية. يا بحري هيلا 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 هيلا. شدوا الهم قوي مركب ينده عالحرية. يا بحري هيلا هيلا هيلا. يا رايح على بلادي سلم لي على الجبل والوادي. سلم عأرض الجدود. سلم عزهر الورود. وسلم لي على الزيتون وبوس لي التراب الحنون. جفرة وهي الرابعة نزلت يا حي الله. طلت عليها الشمس قولوا لها بسم الله. جفرة وهي الرابعة
Welcome everyone to our next panel. In this discussion, we're going to be focusing more on BDS and silencing Palestinian voices. And we have two incredible speakers. We have Miko Peled and Nasim Ahmed. Miko Peled is an Israeli-American activist and an author. He's the author of the books The General's Son, The Journey of an Israeli in Palestine, and Injustice, the story of the Holy Land Foundation Fund. And he's also an international speaker. And we have Nasim Ahmed also, who is a writer for MIMO, Middle East Monitor, is it? Right. Yeah. And he's a political analyst. And both of whom I've actually, I think they know me back in my younger days. Early in university, I used to speak to them, invite them for events, and I've had many interactions with both of them. We're going to start off with Miko about this topic, and the thing that I remember one very clear kind of a discussion with Miko back in my third year. I mentioned early on in the introduction of this conference that I was going through some difficulty in my third year of university. They were, trying to silence my voice and our committee's voice and our society's voice. And they picked like 5 students. I happened to be, they described me as the ringleader of the violent protest that took place. And it was not violent at all. But regardless, I was attacked a lot, and they wrote a letter to the university trying to get me expelled from medical school. It was a horrifying experience. And I remember I was telling Miko about this when he was down at UCL for a conference. I remember he gave me so much confidence when he was like, "You are the future Nelson Mandela of Palestine." He was like, "Don't worry, they'll hate you now, but in 20 years, UCL will be proud to have you as a student," and all this stuff. And I remember, even though it's not even comparable to the great Nelson Mandela, it was just kind of like a motivation, confidence booster. But, it's wonderful that we're back on the same panel and talking about an issue which is very, very important, which I feel like the Israeli Zionists will have been focused on for a very long time now, which is silencing Palestinian voices and trying to stop BDS from taking place. So without much further ado, Mika, if you could please start us off.
I believe it's Dr. Yahya, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
So you've prevailed.
Yes, that was
all the
success story.
All the silencing efforts and all the attempts to somehow put you down or stop you from accomplishing what you were out to accomplish, or to silence you on the issue of Palestine, have all failed completely. Not even an ounce of success they can claim on this issue. And you're in the UK, which means you come under the purview of the great Mark Regev, who takes a great deal of pride in silencing Palestinian voices. So Yahya, you prevailed, and Dr. Yahya. And I'm really proud. I'm really proud to have that experience with you, and to keep seeing you again and again and discuss the issue of Palestine with you again and again. I think you're a testament to the success of everything that's good about Palestinian activism.
Thank you.
I have to tell all of you, everybody that's behind the scenes is organizing this conference, the Justice for Palestine conference. You guys are absolutely brilliant. I mean, this conference, I didn't get a chance to listen to much of it, but the little that I've seen is wonderful. Your absolute uncompromising determination is inspiring. It's inspiring to me. I'm sure it's inspiring to millions of people. And I hope millions of people get a chance to see this. I'm assuming you're going to post this later on social media. And the collection of people you've had, first of all, so many friends, people that I know, Ilan, Mohammed Sabane, Adila from Stellenbosch. I mean, and again, to see you, Yahya, again. So it's an honor to be on this panel, and it's an honor to participate again in a conference with you. And of course, the issue of BDS and the silencing of Palestinian voices go hand in hand, because the reason these attempts are out there to silence Palestinian voices is precisely because the call for boycott, divestment, and sanctions cannot be argued on its merits because it is a justifiable call in any way, shape, or form, morally, politically, in terms of its principle. So there's really nothing that you can argue against the call itself, but you can try to silence the voices. I want to mention something. I just finished reading and actually wrote a review on a book that just came out recently called, or a study, Palestinian Refugees in International Law. And this relates to BDS because the issue of refugees, of course, is one of the calls for BDS is the return of the refugees. And the review I wrote should be out any day now on Mint News Press if anybody wants the short version. But you know, the call for BDS comes with three very, very clear demands, which were agreed upon by Palestinian civil society, human rights organizations, and so forth. So it was a large coalition that agreed on these, and it's not a random agreement. These are excellent demands. Probably the most remedial, sensible, reasonable demands any national liberation movement could possibly ask for. Ending the military regime in parts of Palestine where it still exists, what's called the occupation. Equal rights for everyone who lives between the river Jordan and the Mediterranean, and the return of the refugees to their homes and their land. Now, there's a consensus on all of these issues, and the only way that the Zionists can fight this, and they fight this, as we all know, is through all kinds of crazy ideas, rumors, and besmirching people's names and calling it anti-Semitism and so on and so forth, which of course is all untrue. But this is all they've got. This is really, really all they've got. And I think the determination, uncompromising determination, that all of you guys, everybody that's on this conference, and all of you activists that are behind the scenes putting this together, many of you are not students anymore, is really the way to go. This is the inspiration. We need to do more of this. Because what they try to do is they try to pull us back and say, yes, but this is anti-Semitism, and 5 years ago, Miko Peled said this, or somebody else said that, or Yahya did this, and go back and drag us to these useless conversations about what somebody may or may have not said at some point and take it out of context. But that's not the response that we need to be engaged in. What we need to be engaged in is doing more of this, explaining, promoting, advocating for a free Palestine, for the right of return of the refugees, for ending the military oppression, and for ending the apartheid regime. I listened a little bit to the panel before me about the student activism. This is precisely the kind of conversation. This is precisely the kind of activism that is a response to the silencing, because the silencing doesn't work. The bottom line is, obviously, I made a point of Yahya, but really the silencing throughout the world doesn't work, and students for justice in Palestine and student groups for Palestine in general are coming up on university campuses and everywhere, really, all over the world, all the time, and BDS branches and so forth. One of the things that this book that I mentioned, the study that I mentioned, talks about in regards to refugees. And I want to talk a little bit about refugees because it is the one issue that people seem to kind of brush off, to dismiss, because, that's never going to happen. Even Palestinians have given up on it. It was a long time ago. And really one of the things that come out that really struck me in reading this very long and very, very comprehensive study is that, number one, the rights of the refugees, first of all, they were not only determined in 1948, as soon as Palestinians became refugees, they were reaffirmed. In other words, the rights that the refugees they already had in 1948, and the passing of time did not only not diminish their rights, but actually strengthens their rights, because the body of work, the body of legal of laws in international law that support their case, that support their cause, has only become stronger and larger, and affirmed over and over again, giving it a stronger legal status. And also that the responsibility of the Zionist groups, the Zionist organizations, including the State of Israel, to the plight of the refugees, to allowing them to return, to paying restitution and compensation, again, is not only was not diminished, but is getting, their responsibility is larger and larger with the passing of time, because the crime has not ended. In other words, the violation that Israel and the Zionist organizations have committed, the violations against international law, have never ended. It's an ongoing process, not to mention the fact that 1948 was the beginning of a process. It was not just that period of time that there was displacement, forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, and massacres, but the killing and the displacement, the forced displacement goes on to this very day, to this very moment, in every single part of Palestine. And so I think this is an important, this is really, really important, I think, for all of us who work for Palestine, including for Palestinians themselves, to get the sense that this is the return of the refugees is not something to be dismissed. It is something we need to discuss and we need to push for. Another thing that I just happened to be a part of yesterday, that as part of an audience, not as a participant, a friend of mine who works for the organization Zochrot, which is dedicated to remembering the Nakba and to the right of the refugees to return. It's an Israeli NGO. A friend of mine, Omar El-Ghubari, who works for this organization, received the prize for his work. And what he's been doing, and what this organization, Zochrot, has been doing, is envisioning the return, talking about the return in actual practical terms. Talking about what it's going to look like. They've got youth groups working on how the villages are going to be restored, what the towns are going to look like, creating images, virtual and actual images of the return, of what it's going to be like when they do return, and so forth. So to really, really discuss this in practical terms, this is exactly the response to Israel and the United States demanding that the refugee issue be completely erased, to the fact that the United States, at the order of their masters in Tel Aviv, the Israeli government, stopped payments to UNRWA, to the one United Nations agency that takes care of the Palestinian refugees. This is precisely the response to that, is to strengthen the advocacy for the return, for the compensation, for the restitution, and for the actual rebuilding. Because when the refugees return, they need to return to homes, they need to return to lands, they need to return to cities and towns and communities and common properties that were stolen and taken away from them. And of course, we know that the Zionists make this claim that they came to a barren land and made it flourish. And again, going back to this study, Palestinian refugees in international law, it lists, it itemizes the types of the wealth, the richness that kicking out the Palestinians allowed the Zionists and the State of Israel to steal and to take, and the wealth that Israel gained as a result of that. We're not talking about private property, we're talking about common areas, we're talking about common properties, we're talking about fields full of crops, citrus orchids, orchards ready for export, for hard cash, which of course the Zionists took and sold right away. Schools, common areas, common buildings, cities, and so forth. And so livestock, and not to mention very, 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 very good land for agriculture and so forth. Infrastructure that was already there. In Arabic, they say "Akhaduha mafrusha." They took her already furnished. In other words, Palestine was furnished. It was filled with riches, and they took the riches and they stole them. And all of this is calculated. When the Palestinians return, they need to be compensated for that. And I think this is one of the reasons why the Zionist organizations around the world, and particularly the State of Israel, are so scared of this idea of return. There's also the assassination of the mediator, the UN mediator who came in 1948 to try to mediate some kind of an agreement between the Palestinians and the State of Israel, Count Folke Bernadotte from Sweden, who was assassinated. And he really laid the groundwork for Resolution 194 that talks about the return of the refugees. this notion that the rights are inalienable, that they have the right to return and be paid restitution and compensation for the lands that were taken away from them. And the Zionists couldn't take it, and they assassinated him. And that was not his only sin. His other sin, of course, was that he didn't believe that the Zionists should be allowed to keep Jerusalem, which by that point, at least the western part of Jerusalem, had gone through a 100% successful ethnic cleansing campaign. Not a single Palestinian was allowed to remain in West Jerusalem. And so he was assassinated for this, but his insistence on the right of the refugees to return to their homes, to their land, and the outrageous idea that you can kick an entire nation out in order to populate a country with other people from another country, from other countries, and just how outrageous that was, and that the international community must not allow this to go on. And again, like I said, he was assassinated, but then Resolution 194 was really a result of his work and his reports from Palestine. Another aspect of the refugee issue is that quite often people look at the refugees as these helpless victims. This is the consequence of war. This is the consequence of, in other words, their existence as it is, languishing in refugee camps, is a result of failure of a political process, maybe some of their own failures or mistakes, maybe they shouldn't have left. In other words, as people tend to do, blame the victim and look down at the victim. And again, the study points out that actually there needs to be a paradigm shift on how the refugees, not only the refugee issue, but the refugees themselves should be seen and should be treated as not as victims of something that was greater than them, but actually as people who have rights, who are allowed to make demands, who should be permitted to shape their own destiny, should be entitled to shape their own destiny. And we need to be there, all of us who work for justice in Palestine, we need to be there. We want to be there in order to make sure that they have those rights. And there's this argument that I've always heard, and again is put to rest in the study, that somehow the refugees have to remain in camps, they have to remain without rights, they have to remain stateless and without citizenship, because that ensures their return. That somehow makes their issue or forces their issue to remain on stage. But this is really not true. Even if all the refugees did receive full citizenship and had full rights and were thriving in other countries, that would not diminish their right to return one bit. Their right to return to their lands, to their homes, to be paid restitution and be compensated, again, for their own individual property, their own individual suffering, and the collective, as a collective, is not diminished in one bit. And one of the examples, of course, that they give in this study is the compensation and the restitution that was given to victims of the Nazis. And these were things, people living all over the world that made claims and were to a large degree very, very successful in receiving restitution and being paid for their suffering and for lost property and so forth. So again, I feel it's really, really important for us to discuss this issue and not to allow it to be set in the back, on the back burner, so to speak, because we're talking about millions of people who quite very often live just a few kilometers away from their homes. Refugees in Gaza are largely from the southern part of Palestine. They could be home on their land, in the homes that they had lost, in the villages and towns, that Israel had destroyed in an hour by car. I mean, by bus. You know what I mean? We're talking about people who live very, very close to the lands from which they, very often very close to the lands from which they were forced to leave. The Nakab, the Palestinians who lived in the Nakab continue to suffer, of course, by the state of Israel from ethnic cleansing. But again, many of the refugees from southern part of Palestine end up in the Gaza Strip again, which is also in the southern part of Palestine. And then to go back just a moment, and I didn't really check the time, so you can give me a 5-minute heads up, that'd be helpful. But in terms of the silencing, you know, one of the most ridiculous aspects of the silencing is this whole campaign of anti-Semitism, claiming that what we do is somehow anti-Semitic, that wearing this badge, calling for BDS and supporting the call for boycott, divestment, and sanction is somehow anti-Semitic. In fact, I'm going through it right now. I have a presentation tomorrow at Georgetown University, by Zoom, of course, which has a campus in Washington, D.C. and a campus in Doha in Qatar. And somebody came up, they even started a whole, their own Instagram account. You know, Miko Peled should not be allowed on campus, something like that. And then they, you know, somebody writes an article, the Jewish Press, the Israel Times, all of these rag papers write something, and then they ask for an interview, or they ask for a response, or ask for a remark. And I'm thinking, why I'm not going to engage in this nonsense. We should not waste time and effort to engage in this nonsense. We have an important task, and the important task is to free Palestine. The important task is to make sure that the right of the refugees to return is materialized. It is not some academic, theoretic issue that we sit and discuss while we sip coffee. We need to be working hard to make it a reality. And being sidetracked by the Zionist claims, by their attempts to silence us, is not going to do us any good whatsoever. But this is all they've got. They've got this anti-Semitism, and to be honest, they were very successful, especially in the UK with Jeremy Corbyn. We know it brought him down. It brought down the Labour Party. And they're trying this, of course, in the United States and everywhere else around the world, to claim that somehow denying the legitimacy of the state of Israel is anti-Semitic, where we know historically that the very Jews who resided, the Orthodox Jews, the Jewish community, the oldest Jewish community in Palestine, opposed Zionism and continues to oppose it. And they wrote to the United Nations and to the government of Britain and to the Palestinian leadership in Palestine that they oppose the idea of a Zionist state that will only cause trouble for everyone. So denying the legitimacy, or making sure that people understand that the state of Israel, being an apartheid racist regime, has no legitimacy, must not be afforded legitimacy, is of course part of our task, part of our mission, I believe, and has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is racism against Jews. This has nothing to do with that. Opposing Zionism is opposing racism. Zionism is a political ideology that is racist and violent. And we look 70 some odd years into the establishment of the Zionist flagship, which is the state of Israel, and we can see what is happening. They're not even pretending that they're not racist. They're not even pretending that they care about human rights of Palestinians. And of course, the ethnic cleansing, the killing, and so forth, the denying of rights never stopped. And the reality that millions of refugees are languishing in camps. 2 million in Palestine itself, in the Gaza Strip, languishing, living in these prisons. And the state of Israel allows this, not only allows this, but encourages this and wants people to pretend like it's not there. So as they try to silence our voices, the best response is, I believe, for us to strengthen our voices, to speak even louder. And again, an event like this, I think, is precisely the right thing to do. I was looking at some of the graphics, the music, and so forth between the different panels. Fantastic work, fantastic stuff. And this is precisely the response to their attempts to silence it. And yes, Mark Regev thinks he did great things, and the Israeli Minister for Strategic Affairs, Gilad Erdan, who is now the ambassador in Washington, D.C. and in the United Nations, because he was so successful. They're going to try. They're going to keep working very, very hard. They're going to pay trolls to try to stop us and silence us. But we continue. We work as hard as we can, because justice must prevail. And a free Palestine must become a reality. And I'm not one of those people that believes that it can become a reality in the distant future, in decades and decades to come. I don't have that kind of patience. I think we need to do everything we can to make sure that it becomes a reality, and becomes a reality as soon as humanly possible. And like was said in the previous panel, we don't know precisely what it was or who it was that tipped the scale and brought down apartheid in South Africa. But there's no question that everybody working together all over the world, throughout Africa, throughout Europe, throughout the United States, in South Africa itself, working together to push down this, to tear down this wall is precisely what brought down apartheid in South Africa, and it's precisely what's going to bring down Zionism in Palestine. And you know, if we look at what is happening in the state of Israel right now, the complete political chaos. I don't know if you get reporting it here in the United States. It's not being reported, but thousands protests every week in front of the Prime Minister's residence to get him to get the hell out because he's so corrupt. It's nothing to do with the injustice. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but it just shows that the system is collapsing. Corona is the COVID-19. They have absolutely no ability to control it. The healthcare system is collapsing. The education system is collapsing. Poverty is growing. The disparity between rich and poor is growing. So the state itself, being that it is grounded in corruption, is rotting from within. But the work that we do again is crucial, and the work that you guys do is crucial, and the inspiration that we all get from, even like I said, precisely events like this, from guys like Yahya, from student activists like the previous panel, and all the way up to people like Ilan Pappe, like I said, Mohammed Sabane, with his wonderful, inspiring cartoons and so forth. This is precisely the kind of work that needs to be done more of. Avoid arguing and dealing with the nonsense that they bring at us from the other side, the anti-Semitism claims and so forth. They're easy to argue. It's not worth our time or effort. The cause for justice in Palestine, and again, this was said, I believe, in the previous panel, the cause for justice in Palestine is a cause for justice everywhere. It is a call against racism everywhere. It is a call against violence everywhere. And we just happen to be focusing, of course, on Palestine. So I want to thank you all again. I believe that this kind of work is precisely what's going to make Palestine free, and it's going to make Palestine free soon, much sooner than most people think. And I'm really, really happy to be with you all, and free Palestine.
Thank you very much, Miko, for that. Yeah, as always, I agree with everything you've said. And something I think that's always very important, because we get so kind of carried away with the bad news, is we sometimes lose a bit of hope and think, oh, this problem is not going to get solved maybe in our lifetime. But I very much agree with you. This is an issue that we need to be very optimistic about. We're at the end. We're at the final stage, and I really, really do believe that we are at the final stage of this injustice. Things need to get worse before they get better. Things really need to get worse. So. You know, if the status quo continued and we had Hillary Clinton and we had the same thing and then the peace talks and so on, the true face of America, the true face of the peace talks wouldn't have been revealed. But Trump, thank you, like he just said it. He said it very clearly. He said, listen, we are biased. Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. There is no Palestine. And yeah, I'm willing, here's some money if you guys want with the new peace deal. Just go away. So I'm kind of happy with the situation getting worse, because ultimately it will force the tide, the resistance against what's going on. And yeah, we are key in this. Everyone, from students to the activists beyond university, to speakers like yourself, authors, activists, political analysts, we're all very important in contributing. And this is what I guess the other panel has also talked about. Every little thing, you have no idea how much of a big impact it could make. So thank you very much, Miko, for that.
Yeah. Just before you finish, I just want to add, I want to thank Nassim also. It's great to be with him on the panel. I really appreciate having this opportunity.
Yeah. So now we're going to move on to Nassim. I think there will be a Q&A after this, so we'll kind of open it up and any questions directed at either of you. But now moving on to Nassim Ahmed. Nassim is, a political analyst, and he's just been writing many, many articles on the Middle East Monitor. We're actually also, this event, we're collaborating with the Middle East Monitor as well. So we're kind of working with them on this event. But Nassim he constantly writes about Palestine. It's kind of his focus, and a lot of his articles are, up to date. stuff about what's going on in the Middle East and kind of how it kind of relates to Palestine. So it'd be very interesting to hear his input onto this discussion and this topic. So Nassim, please go ahead.
Thank you, Yahya. And Miko, it's good to be here with you again. It's been a while since we've met. I think last time you came to our office a while back before COVID, I think. I also want to thank Miko for discussing the Palestinian refugees. It's one of those issues that's rarely discussed. I think years of saying that this is an impossible request, impossible demand. There's almost kind of a silence over what would be the fate of Palestinian refugees. But if you think about the Palestinian issue, the core of the issue is really the issue of refugees and their right of return. And if there's one thing which has the most solid legal foundation, it is the legal aspects of the refugees. Generally, on all aspects of the Palestinian issue, the law is very much stacked against Israel, whether it be the refugees, whether it be their right to return, settlements, Jerusalem, all those key aspects. The law is very much stacked against Israel, which is why we've seen over the years chipping away, undermining all the various global institutions, legal institutions, from the UN, the ICC, until last November when US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, he came out blatantly and said that the Palestinian issue, this is of course with the background of the so-called deal of the century, their proposal. So he came out and basically said, law will not solve this issue. We cannot think of the Palestinian issue through the lens of international law because it's impractical. It will not produce any kind of peace. So the law is pretty much clear on all aspects, which is why for years and years, decades, it's never been a frame of reference for any kind of peaceful resolution, because Israel can never, ever concede to what the legal demands are. So that's just a side note. I want to thank Miko for focusing on that and addressing that issue. But in the 20 minutes or so that I have, I want to speak something a bit more polemical with regards to the silencing of Palestinian voices and BDS in general, and I want to look at the way what is really fueling this. Fueling the suppression of Palestinian voices, which is really another way of saying criticism of Israel, and why this has taken more of an aggressive turn, in my view, in campuses across Europe and in the US, of course. Well, I'd like to begin with an interview I was listening to a few days ago, an interesting exchange on Radio 5 Live on this very topic. I mean, if you cast your mind back to June, at the height of the protest following the killing of George Floyd, the UK branch of BLM, Black Lives Matter, they sent out a tweet protesting Israel's annexation, the proposed annexation of a further 30% of the West Bank. And in that tweet, BLM, I'll read it, word for word. They basically said, as Israel moves forward with annexation, the West Bank, annexation of the West Bank, mainstream British politics is gagged of the right to critique Zionism and Israel's settler colonial pursuit. So this tweet, as you'll remember, triggered a backlash. It was condemned for peddling anti-Semitic tropes. Now, I guess we could all discuss the wisdom of whether this tweet should have been sent at that particular moment. Why at such a moment of global outcry distract from the brutal killing of yet another black man. I mean, I suppose many may not have expressed this condemnation of Israel in such a manner at such a moment. That, though, does not, in my view, take away from the fact that BLM had become a target for pro-Israeli groups. I mean, their vocal support has made them an enemy. Their vocal support for the Palestinian cause has connected their fight against structural racism in the US and across the world and elsewhere with ending Israel's brutal occupation. I mean, I suppose you could say that they kind of embody the saying of Martin Luther King that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So in any case, the backlash was revealing, as was the Radio 5 interview with one of the active members of the UK branch of BLM who came on the show to defend that tweet. And needless to say, the conversation centered around the word gagged. Who was actually gagging who? The presenter asked if it was anti-Semitic, to suggest some kind of Jewish force was preventing the criticism of Israel. The tweet, of course, did not imply that there was a Jewish voice or Jewish power that was behind the gagging. It just mentioned gagging of criticism of Israel in general. The BLM member explained that it was the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition, known as IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, that was responsible for for suppressing criticism of Israel. So the debate went back and forth. How is it gagging speech on Israel? No one is stopping you. The host asked, do you have any evidence to prove that there is suppression of criticism of Israel, and so on and so forth, So basically complete denial that any criticism of Israel was being suppressed in any shape or form. As we know, denial is the first challenge one faces when addressing any such problem. For the mainstream media in general, we've grown used to the fact that there's no general effort to investigate the way in which pro-Palestinian voices are being suppressed, and how this so-called international definition, always presented as an international definition when there's no such thing, of anti-Semitism is having a chilling effect on free speech. And the word chilling is not really my word, it's the word of Kenneth Stern, the very drafter of the IHRA definition. I remember, pass your mind back to, again, the outrage during the era of Jeremy Corbyn, so anti-Semitism ran within his party. Shocked by what he saw, how his definition was being used, Stern said that the IHRA was being weaponized by pro-Israeli groups, that it was having a chilling effect on free speech, and that's his word, and that it was never meant to be a code to be used in such a manner, especially in campuses, to shut down debate as is happening. So anyone who follows this debate will know the efforts to clamp down and police discussion about what can and cannot be said about Israel is nothing new. But in the past few years, as many of you will know, currently graduating from university, this has escalated, due in large part because the Israeli government has designated a ministry called the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, whose full-time job is clamping down on speech critical of Israel. So this effort has been pursued in different ways in different countries, and I'll give some examples in a minute. But first, I just want to focus on why I think the IHRA is so problematic. I mean, most advanced countries, which we see UK and the US and most European countries to be, they already have laws against hate speech. Displaying hatred for Jews over their Jewishness is not only morally abhorrent, it's racist, it's also a criminal offense. So why insist on this definition, which places Israel at the center? The goal for Israeli advocates, as I see it, is to get to a place where criticism of Israel is constantly viewed through the lens of anti-Semitism. The goal is to get to a place where Israel's critics, like Miko, like so many else, are seen to be guilty of anti-Semitism until they are proven to be innocent. That's where they want to get to. But how do you get there? And I think there's some interesting thing that's happening here. I mean, societies across Europe and the US at the moment are beset by identity politics. And I think the trick discovered by a lot of these pro-Israeli groups and organizations is to insist that Israel and Zionism are central to Jewish identity in the same way as, say, for example, culture, race, gender, religion are central to a person's identity. Israel, Zionism are not simply a country and a political idea like, say, Saudi Arabia or an ideology like Islamism. they are both essential parts of what constitutes being Jewish. We are to accept this as a key component of their identity. So putting aside for a minute how incredible this claim is, there is an inherent hypocrisy to this assertion. On the one hand, pro-Israeli groups seek to present the Zionist state as though it were just like any other country, while on the other, they insist on preserving its status as an ethno-religious state central to Jewish identity in Judaism itself, no matter where Jews happen to live in the world. It's central to their identity, Israel and Zionism. So what this is trying to foster is a situation where to criticize Israel is the same as an attack on Jews, because Israel is central to Jewish identity. Criticism of Israel and Zionism is cast as a threat to a Jewish person's very identity, wherever they may be. If I were to give a parallel example, one that would never be accepted by any free society, is for Muslims to insist that the denunciation of Islamism presented an attack on our very Muslim identity and our safety. This is, of course, preposterous to say the least. Nonetheless, while governments insist on extending this special protection to Zionism and Israel to cater to pro-Israel campaigners, don't expect the same governments to pass legislation in any time soon to protect Muslim sensibilities. Don't expect that. So we now have this strange phenomenon where pro-Israel Jewish student groups complain they feel unsafe at campuses because events denouncing Israel is being held by pro-Palestinian groups. Israel Apartheid Week, for example, which highlights Israeli racism, is seen as an attack on Jewish identity. And this is highly problematic, but it's being allowed. And we are being asked to endorse the idea that a person's connection to Israel and Zionism is no different to a person's connection to their race, gender, sex, and religion. These are all protected categories, you could say, certainly race, gender, and sex. But Israel, I suppose, is trying to get to a situation where Israel itself and Zionism is seen in those terms. A second way in which this effort to suppress criticism of Israel is being carried out is through the, I would say, specious claim that anti-Semitism is a kind of racism unlike any other form of bigotry. It is, we are told, the canary in the coal mines. It is the beginning of the path to another genocide. It is inherent, deep-rooted hatred, which manifests in different ways at different times. And anti-Israelism, which we see now, is the modern form of anti-Semitism. So goes the argument. And under this unquestioned assumption, you can see how it would be only a matter of time. It was so easy for campaigners, pro-Israeli campaigners seeking to portray criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic will sooner than later, garner fruit. And this is exactly what we are seeing. So returning to the IHA, 7 of the 11 examples of anti-Semitism cited in the definition is to do with Israel. That is what people have an issue with. That is what people have, a big issue with. It's not the actual definition itself, which is quite plain, simple, and uncontroversial. We are seeing how this now is playing out in campuses across Europe and America. In January, for instance, a Jewish teacher was fired by a New York City prep school for expressing remarks critical of Israel. What was her crime? She tweeted in support of a lecture at Columbia University Law School who had made comments about a recurring historical theme, a phenomena of the way in which victims of oppression become victimizers. And he went into comment on how Jews who had suffered during the Holocaust had also become oppressors in Palestine. So the offending tweet by the teacher, who wrote in response to that lecture, complained about the inability to speak freely on that very issue, saying, when institutions of learning bow to political pressure to disavow historical reality, What can educators do within that institution? So that was her offending tweet. She lost her job as a result of that. Likewise, in June this year in Canada, pro-Israeli Jewish groups used the IHRA definition to call for the sacking of an Arab professor. What was his offense? In a debate about, ironically, a debate about the dangers of IHRA definition. The professor equated Zionism with white supremacy. This was at the same time as the Black BLM movement that was taking place following George Floyd's murder. Zionism isn't about self-determination, it's about Jewish supremacy. That's what he said in his debate with two pro-Israeli figures. That was the offending comment. And this comparison, of course, is interesting in itself. Under IHRA, such a comparison would indeed be anti-Semitic. One of the 7 examples says that describing Israel as a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic. Now, that would be problematic for many reasons. Above all, for Palestinians, how can they actually speak of their experience without speaking of the deep-rooted racism that's keeping them marginalized, disenfranchised, and stateless? Ask any Palestinian, if equating Zionism with white supremacy is in fact outrageous. And I suspect, they would cite the 750,000 Palestinians that were ethnically cleansed from their land by Zionists in 1948, as reason enough to make such a comparison. As the fact that Palestinian refugees have never been allowed to return to their homes simply because they are a different ethnic group that will upset the demography of the Zionist state. Ask the Palestinians who are confined to Bantustans and camps, which are little more than open-air prisons, who are not able to drive on roads built for Jews only, or live in modern housing settlements built for Jews only. So I guess you ask them and they will say, yes, there is a big similarity between white supremacy and Zionism. And not to mention, of course, the fact that 2 years ago, Israel passed a nation-state law that describes itself in racialized terms. It states that the right to exercise national self-determination in Israel is unique to the Jewish people. So the question is, if Israel insists on describing itself in such racialized terms, why should pointing this out be racist? So countless examples like this could be cited, but I want to move on to describe what is happening broadly. So efforts to ramp up the campaign to shame political academic institution to adopt this definition has been gathering pace for some time. And in the US, for example, Trump passed an executive order threatening to withhold funds from universities that fail to combat anti-Semitism. A number of US states have also passed laws banning recruitment of people in public jobs that support BDS movement. We have similar things across Europe, of course, as well. I'm using the US as kind of an example to show where we are heading as well. By what standard, are they defining the failure to combat anti-Semitism? It is, of course, the definition in the IHRA and the 7 examples which conflates anti-Semitism with Israel. And bizarrely, who has Trump appointed as the czar, as the person? Who did Trump appoint as the czar, as the person to oversee all this? A professional Israeli lobbyist named Kenneth Marcus. Before being granted the job of protecting civil rights in education law institutions. He spent more or less his entire career bringing complaints after complaints to the Office for Civil Rights about alleged anti-Semitism. So this is an agency of the US Department of Education primarily focused on enforcing civil rights law. Which includes, of course, identity, race, color, national origin, etc., etc. The complaints typically claim that universities have failed to protect Jewish students by not cracking down on Palestinian solidarity activism. In other words, they failed to stop events which Jewish students found threatening to their identity. Many of these complaints, unsurprisingly, used to get shut down before Marcus's appointment, presumably because there was no basis, and any attempt to suppress pro-Palestinian voices would have been seen as a violation of the First Amendment. Complaints that I should add that on occasion, many occasions, was brought forward by Marcus himself, who, as I said, was a professional Israeli lobbyist. But he was now on the other side. Following Trump's election, he found himself sitting on the other side, arbitrating on what was and what was not protected speech, what constituted anti-Semitism and what didn't. And he was one of the person who encouraged Trump to pass the recent bill. So Marcus opened case after case against Palestinian groups, some going far back as 7 years over alleged anti-Semitism in US campuses. He thankfully resigned following a number of controversies, but not without doing considerable damage to free speech on the question of Israel. Throughout his 3 years at the department, he was constantly accused of abusing his power to suppress BDS. He prioritized the suppression of pro-Palestinian voices over the defense of civil rights of students. And there are estimations that over 400 times, about as much as 400 times did he seek to suppress pro-Palestinian voices in American universities than any other civil rights matters. So something similar is happening here in the UK. We are witnessing, as I said, we had been witness to what had been a horror show within the Labour Party, and especially around the adoption of the IHRA definition. And now the Conservative government is also applying pressure on universities to adopt this highly controversial definition by Christmas. So universities will accept it, as well as councils. A number of councils have refused, but I think it's probably a matter of time when more and more universities and councils will be forced to adopt this. But there is, of course, reason for optimism, which Miko alluded to as well. The so-called international definition of anti-Semitism is nothing of the sort. It's actually a very dishonest name for a document that's endorsed by a handful of governments and public institutions. That, of course, doesn't mean more and more want to adopt this definition and thereby strengthen the arm of the pro-Israeli lobby groups in their effort to clamp down on criticism of Israel and BDS in general. So we should, however, take comfort from the fact that the task of defending Israel has become infinitely more difficult in recent years. Israel's image has taken a huge battering over the last decade or so. People know too much about Israel, as Norman Finkelstein says in his book. People just know too much. And its daily crimes and its violation can no longer be hidden. More and more progressive American Jews are turning their backs on Israel as a country, as Israel turns towards far-right ethno-nationalism. And I suppose you can say IHRA is a product of this desperation within pro-Israeli groups. Having lost the public debate, they are seeking to enlist government support. Over the years, we've seen a proliferation of an array of advocacy organizations fostering support for Israel in what has by and large been a losing battle, in my point of view, especially in campuses. These organizations have repeatedly tried to either crowd out or simply suppress voices critical of Israeli policy, including by developing crude backlist, canary missions in the US, of students and faculty members, and engaging in some, vulgar forms of intimidation and harassment, which is quite common, especially by a group known as the Canary Mission. Their energies have recently, though, centered on administrative suppression of free speech on campus, especially via the via the adoption of the IHRA. So for me, this is a sign of weakness, not strength, on part of the pro-Israeli advocates. in liberal democracies generally, when you have to resort to the statute book on an issue of free speech, that to me is a concession of defeat. That to me says you have failed to present your argument in a convincing manner without the threat of imprisonment, threat of the law coming down on you. So I want to end on this optimistic note, and I hope I've given some fruitful thought to you all, and hopefully we can have a conversation over some of the issues I have raised. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nassim, for that. I'm actually very, very glad that you brought up the IHRA definition, because it is one of those topics that we definitely need to talk about and address. And it is probably the strongest thing when it comes to silencing Palestinian voices and BDS. My first question is going to be for you, Nassim, and it's about the IHRA definition. Just an example that comes from the top of my head from experience is that UCL, we had a huge meeting. This is, I think, 2019. It was about adopting the IHRA definition, and the student union rejected it. We kind of fought hard for it to be rejected. We had huge amounts of debates and so on, but we successfully rejected it. And then UCL decides to adopt it against the student decision. And so the question I have for you is, how do you think students can have an actual impact when it comes to defending their right to criticize Israel, despite the fact that universities seem to be ignoring their wishes when it comes to the IHRA definition or their concerns, I'd say? What's your kind of like solution approach towards this kind of stuff? Because, we've identified the problem, but the solution seems to be a lot more difficult to pinpoint.
Yeah, I mean, you've put your finger on a really difficult issue, and what you've described is quite common, not just here in the UK, elsewhere in the US as well. A number of US student unions. Columbia is one of those universities, quite a few others. Harvard as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken. The student unions are by and large pro-BDS, pro-Palestinian. That is a reflection of the support Palestinians get on streets around the world, grassroots support which Palestinians have, and that's manifested in unions as well. But for whatever reason, institutions and administrative faculties, they are more reluctant. I don't want to get into that, why that's the case, but you can make your guesses. I mean, one guess would be, for example, the recent story with incident in Canada, Ottawa University. Not Ottawa University, Toronto University, I think, where a human rights professor, a job of a human rights professor, was withdrawn after being offered to an individual who was critical of Israel. So initially the job was offered to the professor, and it was withdrawn. And the question marks were raised over why was the job withdrawn after it was granted to this professor to become a head of this faculty within the university. And it turned out that a high-profile Jewish pro-Israeli donor had demanded that. The controversy is ongoing at the moment within that university. Number of professors have resigned as a result of that. So by and large, I would say student unions are supportive. Students are also, lecturers are also supportive, but the administration, for a number of reasons, are not. But challenging that's your question. How do you do that? I think it's quite a difficult one. But we need to understand that the IHRA is not law. It's guidelines which institutions adopt. Law is something completely different. There's no obligation on them to adopt this IHRA definition. It's really the pressure that's being applied on them to adopt this, to appease a number of different groups and different organizations, maybe even governments as well. Governments adopt this as a guideline. How do we spot anti-Semitism? What are the telltale signs? So here are 11 examples, 7 of the 11 are to do with Israel. So when universities adopt this, what that does is we'll get to a situation where pro-Palestinian activists and teachers are guilty until proven innocent. You have to prove to us first that you are not being anti-Semitic by criticizing Israel, and not the other way around. So the cloud of suspicion is automatically over your head when this definition is adopted. So that's what makes it really, really dangerous. And the way I see it, at the moment, there really isn't a way to challenge this until you really have a proper legal case, to take it to the case to law and say, look, I said this about Israel. How is this in any shape or form anti-Semitic? Why is this anti-Semitic? Okay, this guideline which our university has adopted says it is, but how? How does that not suppress my right to freedom of expression, which is also guaranteed under in a liberal democracy? So this, I think, also played out in the Labour Party. You know, the opinion is that most legal opinion was that Labour would have won its case against the individuals who tried to sabotage the Labour Party with the allegations of anti-Semitism. So if this went to court, I think there would have been something to fall back on and say, look, it's not as clear-cut as this definition makes it out to be. This definition is just a guideline. It's just a way to spook activists and professors from speaking on Israel. But if you challenge this, I think, in a legal court, I think it will come crumbling down. That's what I think. But that takes, of course, money and effort. But that's what they want. They want to make it difficult for you to speak about Israel. Okay, you want to speak about Israel? These are the consequences. So that's where we're heading. But to me, that's the only real way to really challenge this and say, look, legally, we are right to speak about Israel and Zionism in this manner without our free speech being suppressed. That's my answer to that.
Thank you. Miko, do you have anything you want to add to that question?
Yeah, I think everything Nassim said. I would add just a little bit. Number one, that if I was in the Zionist establishment, I would much prefer to have the students accept the definition and the administration reject it. So I think this is a very good thing, because this shows who would you rather have, whose support would you rather have? Young, smart people who are moving forward, whose life is ahead of them, who are forward thinking, or the old crusty establishment administration. It's obviously that the thinking people, the people who are not don't have any kind of need for the money or the influence or whatever it is that the Zionists are applying, the people who are free thinking are opposing this. So in a way, this is the court of public opinion spoke. And I think, and I agree completely with what Nassim said about the Labour Party. And I would add that if Jeremy Corbyn, at the very beginning of this nonsense, of the accusations, stood up and challenged the accusation, not even as far as going to court, but just challenging it and letting the court of public opinion speak, there's a good chance he would have been prime minister today. But he didn't. He bowed down. And that's exactly what the administration at UCL did. But the students didn't bow down. The students stood up. So I think this is indicative of what is happening, and this is actually a good sign. Of course, we'd prefer that the administration of all universities, and like Nassim said, there are lots of universities where this is the trend. Of course, we prefer that they did not bow down to this pressure, but this is the reality today. But I think the fact the students are speaking up and standing against this is precisely because this is a political decision. It has nothing to do with racism. Accepting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is not about accepting or rejecting anti-Semitism. It's about accepting or rejecting a political ideology which is inherently racist, which is Zionism. In other words, what's on the scale here, what's on the balance here is Zionism in the state of Israel, not anti-Semitism. It's not about the racism. It's not about the anti-Semitism. It's a political issue. And I think this is indicative of where we stand, of where things stand. And I, for one, am very happy to see that the students stood up against it. And let the administration, they're going to come back one day, just like I said about you, Yahya, they're going to come back one day and they're going to apologize. And they're going to be embarrassed. They're going to be embarrassed by what they did to you. They're going to be embarrassed by the fact that they bowed down to the pressure of racists and people who support violence, as opposed to standing with the students.
Following up on that, Miko, do you have any specific message that you want to give to, since this is targeted at students, to the students who are starting to, and I don't blame them, starting to be afraid, students who have careers ahead of them, be it medical students, law students, economic students, all kinds of students who feel like getting involved in this, and now with the whole issue even turning into a legal thing, kind of, they're trying to turn this into, oh, if you say this, you're anti-Semitic, and you get an article written about you, or you get written about by the Canary Mission, and your future job prospects, your future life, your entire future is at risk. What message do you have to those people who want to be involved, but they're afraid? They are afraid, and with reason.
Look, activism it can be dirty work. Standing up for what's right is, not necessarily helpful today in the short run. And again, I don't mean to keep going back to you and your story, Yahya, but I think you're probably more equipped than anybody to answer that question.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I mean, you stood to risk. You took, you know what I'm saying? There's a risk. There's nothing we can do about it. Being active, speaking up for justice, speaking up against racism, speaking up against imperialism is not an easy thing to do. And it's only going to get worse, because the more the Zionists realize that they're losing and that they're losing ground, the more student groups and student councils and student organizations stand up against Zionism, the more nasty they're going to become. When we look at the state of Israel itself, I think it's a great indication. The racism, I don't think, has changed. The right-wing nationalism, the Jewish supremacy, the Zionist supremacy of the state has always been the same. I mean, Israel was founded on massive ethnic cleansing and massacres and theft of property. So, I mean, you can't get any far worse than that. But the discourse used to be different. The discourse tried to cover up the crimes. And they were kind of liberal thinking, socialist thinking, they teach human rights, they talk about human rights and all this stuff. They used to. They don't even do that anymore. And so the reason they don't do that, the reason they're passing, why did they pass the nation-state law? The nation-state law that Israel passed is a combination of laws that already existed in the books, and a reality on the ground that cannot be, that cannot be challenged. It is a racist state. It is a racist society. It is a racist reality. If you're a Palestinian, you are, you're a third-class citizen. If you're a citizen. Why do they need a nation-state law? Why are they jumping up and down like spoiled children and saying, this is mine, this is mine, this is only mine, it's Israel, it's Hebrew, it's only mine? Because they know they're losing. And then what happens as you go down the ranks, this goes all the way down to empowers the snipers that shoot the children and the protesters in Gaza, and the soldiers that harass and beat up the protesters in the different places where you see protests still, and the torturers in the chambers, in the dungeons of the prisons. This empowers them at the end of the day, because they know they can get away with it. But this is only because they see themselves losing. There are 2 million people that are living in the Gaza Strip, half an hour drive from Tel Aviv, 20-minute drive from Beersheba, which is now, of course, an Israeli city. And they have no water to drink, and they have no medicine to give their children if they need antibiotics. Can you imagine a child with an ear infection and no antibiotics? Forget the bombing for a minute. I mean, can you imagine the pain? I'm saying they can't. They're losing on every front. So they are expressing themselves, and they are throwing away the mask. They're throwing away, getting rid of the charade, and they're saying, yes, we are racist, and we're going to come after you. So yes, it's scary. It may at some point come back and haunt you and haunt activists. Although personally, I don't know anybody that is actually hurt in applying for a job at that point. or anything like that. And I know many activists who Canary Mission came after, but then they graduated and they're doing fine. So I don't really know that it does actually have that kind of an effect, because they look at your record, you look at their grades, they have an interview with you. It's not, what some, extremist right-wing Zionist group says about you that's going to make a difference. But it is, we have to be willing to, to roll up our sleeves and get dirty if we're going to do this. It's the only way. It's the only way to be an activist. Nobody likes tear gas. Nobody likes to be called anti-Semitic. But this is the price, and I think it's a small price, quite frankly, for those of us who do live outside of Palestine, who are privileged enough, to go to great universities and to speak and to be out there. It's a small price to pay.
I agree with you. Nassim, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, just a quick point. I was going to say, organizations like the Canary Mission, what are they trading in? They're trading in fear, threat, intimidation. Who else does that? Gangs, drug dealers. And how yes, for a moment it's scary, but in the long term, really, these organizations, in my view, they've overreached. All it takes is a couple of examples where they've really messed up, created this profile made of false allegations and use that to intimidate a person. If that's your recipe for trying to suppress the Palestinian issue in the long term, it's just going to fail. People will see it for what it is. They've overreached and overstepped their marks, and what they're trading is no different to what gangs are trading in, and that's not really the foundation of civilized society. And that eventually that will come out. If that's all you have, eventually they'll be shown up.
And where do you want to be? Where do you want to be able to tell your children that you stood? You know what I mean? Because they're going to ask us, all our kids, our grandkids are going to say, where did you stand? Like people ask where did you stand on apartheid in South Africa? Where did you stand on civil rights? Where did you stand on Vietnam? They're going to say, where did you stand on Palestine? You're going to say, well, I was really scared because of Canary Mission, so I supported racism. Is this how we want to be, our kids to remember it? I don't think so.
I think the fear factor and the fear they're trying to incite to make it seem like they have control over your future is nothing but a myth. And if you stand up, I think with the way the public opinion's changing, with the way actually the new generation is more pro-Palestine, there is nothing to fear. We're on the right side of history, and things will hopefully finish soon.
Talking about overreaching, just again, what Nassim was saying, they just banned Mohammed Assaf from entering Palestine.
Yeah.
We banned Mohammed Assaf from entering Palestine. What else? I mean, how scared are they?
Yeah.
How scared are they? How scared can you get? Talk about overreaching. You look at this and you want to laugh. A country with nuclear weapons is afraid of Mohammed Assaf?
Yeah. It has become pitiful. I think it's become a great representation of the fact that this is the final stage and they know it. We have to wrap up now and get ready for the next panel. But thank you so much, Miko and Nassim, for joining me and joining this conference. It was an honor to kind of, moderate this panel, the both of you, and I look forward to doing more events with you guys on these specific issues more in depth in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nassim. Yahya. Good to see you.
Take care of yourself. Bye.
I'm a political cartoonist from Palestine. I've been working with some newspaper and international platforms about the Palestinian issues and Palestinian cause since 2002. Recently, I published my book, Palestine in Black and White, here in the UK, in the United States of America, and Spain. I've chosen the cartoon as a form of art to resist and to talk about Palestine, because I do believe that the cartoon is a very effective way to contact the people from around the world, not just the Palestinian and the Arab audience. Because I do believe that we should convey our suffering, the people's suffering in Palestine, to the people around the world, and the cartoon is a very good way to do that. Recently, I've published one of my cartoons about Black Lives Matter and comparing between what's going on in Palestine and what's going on in the United States against the black people, and that's the way I think it's a very effective way to make this intersectionality between all of these issues and the Palestinian issues, because that will explain exactly what's going on in Palestine. And I've done a lot of cartoons about that and try to do this intersectionality between the black people, the native people, the apartheid system in South Africa, and all of these issues, and try to make this intersectionality between all of these issues and the Palestinian issues. My main framework for my art is to talk about the settler colonialism regime in Palestine, because I do believe that we should talk about the occupation as settler colonialism more than occupation. And that's why I need to talk about the components of the settler colonial regime. The first one is the elimination of the Palestinian people and the native people in Palestine. The second one that I do believe that it is very important is to rehumanize the Palestinian, or to humanize the Palestinian, because the settler colonialism framework try to dehumanize the natives in Palestine, and through the art we can rehumanize these Palestinian people through talk about their culture, their narrative, their heritage in Palestine through the cartoon. And that's why I do believe that you can reach the people from around the world by this visual language without need to translate it, without need to talk about it. Just the image will talk about the situation in Palestine.
In Palestine, education, particularly higher education, is perceived with the utmost importance, as it is a critical contribution to the preservation of the Palestinian nationality and cultural identity. Accordingly, higher education in Palestine has witnessed a surge in demand in the last 2 decades. The steady increase in applications across higher education institutes from 2000 to 2013 was notable, where the number of students enrolling increased by an annual rate of 12%. The situation continued until enrollment dates began to decline in the last 5 years. According to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics for 2018, reaching in some years to only 1%. This decline in students' enrollment has been attributed to several reasons. Most importantly, the financial constraints and the high cost of tuition fees. Students underwent a union struggle to fight the rise in tuition fees, which university administrations resorted to because of the lack of financial support from the government. Government subsidies to the higher education sector fell from 40 million USD a year to about 14 million USD since 2008. This forced universities to cover their deficits through student installments, which now contribute to 60 to 70% of university revenues. But the rate of rising school hour prices has not stopped. With most educational institutions doubling their tuition fees in the last 10 years, the peak of the increases was between the years of 2011 and 2016, with some disciplines such as trade, engineering and literature observing a 70% rise. Further to the tuition fees, university students incur additional expenses such as textbooks, stationery, accommodation, transportation and other living expenses, which cost anywhere between $5,000 to $7,500 for each student. Some students are compelled to work to be able to secure tuition fees, and some approach institutions for grants. Thus, annual expenses for teaching a single university student is between $7,500 to $9,500. If we compare the average annual education cost of one university student to the average annual Palestinian family income of $8,400, according to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics for 2018, we find the following fact. A single university student depletes approximately 89% of their family's average annual income. But what about the family's other essential needs? Shockingly, Palestine is at the forefront of the most expensive food in the Middle East compared to average monthly household incomes. A recent British study revealed that 86.9% of a family's income is proportionate to the basic food needs for a medium-sized family of 4 persons. This means that the monthly salary barely meets the Palestinian family's livelihood needs. Back to the cost of university education, according to the Palestinian Economic Policy Research Institute, 60% of students enrolled in Palestinian universities have one or more siblings studying at a Palestinian or foreign university. Thus, we conclude that the average annual household income is already strained by the high cost of living and essential responsibilities and is not a reliable source for teaching a single university student, let alone more than one. Many Palestinian families are forced to deprive some of their children from higher education because they are unable to afford tuition fees, or they have to postpone their studies until their siblings have graduated. Additionally, a large number of students resort to postponing their classes to work, and many of them are forced to work after university hours, which has a negative impact on their academic achievement. According to the Ministry of Higher Education Statistics, 89% of the total number of Palestinian university students need assistance through loans, which means that only 11% of students are able to secure their education requirements based on their family's income. The large proportion of students in need is categorized into 2 groups. The first group comprises of 29% of the total number of students, who are in need of financial aid for 75 to 100% of their tuition fee value and are considered as financially incapacitated. Meanwhile, the second group, comprising of 71% of the total number of students, are in need of financial aid for 25 to 75% of their tuition fees. In both groups, students are often seeking tuition, installments, or obtaining loans in order to pay their tuition fees. These loans are recorded as student debt, with the student being required to repay back these loans back within a scheduled time following their graduation. This is the case in a country that ranks 3rd globally in unemployment, with a rate of 20.3% for 2018 according to the International Labour Organization. Furthermore, the graduating student has poor experience and is thus unable to compete with and understand the market. All this leads to are a large number of students refraining from completing university education because of their inability to meet the financial obligations of education. As a result, education in Palestine has become a very expensive commodity for people who have already suffered from dire conditions and poor prospects. Believing in the necessity of equal opportunities for all Palestinian students in our own development projects, aiming to provide relief for needy Palestinian university students. This project, the Needy University Student Grant, aims to provide economic and social empowerment for 500 university students through financial assistance worth $1,000 for each student. The sample of students to receive the aid are selected based on data provided by the Deanship of Student Affairs in Palestinian universities. This sample is divided into 2 categories. The first category includes 300 university students from families in which the family breadwinner is deceased. The second category includes 200 university students from families in which the breadwinner is unable to work. The portion of students standing to benefit from this project is very small compared to the total number of students in need. We are doing our utmost to help them achieve their aspirations through our various relief projects, which we endeavor to present to you.
So hello and salam all, and welcome to the final session of today's online student conference. I hope you found it all beneficial and interesting, especially the last session by Nasim and Miko Peled. I really found it informative and engaging, so thank you, Miko and Nasim. My name is Anas, for those who don't know, and I'm the head of media at Olive, which is a Palestinian youth organization based in the UK aimed at mobilizing and empowering the youth. So whenever we hear about any chain of events, it's always one thing, and hearing about personal experiences is another thing. It allows us to gain first-hand experience about what these people went through personally. This is why this session has been entitled Voices from Palestine. So today we have 4 guests speaking. First of all, we have Bilal Muhammad, who is a Palestinian American researcher who will be talking to us about the reality of Palestinian education under occupation. Secondly, we have Ubaida Mdallal, who is the president of the Palestinian Youth in Europe, who will be talking to us about the Gaza siege. Thirdly, we have Ali Yousafan, who is a member of the Palestinian Youth Abroad Initiative, also known as Al Mubadara, who will be talking about the case of Palestinian students in Lebanon. And finally, we have Amr Ashur, who will talk to us about his personal experience and challenges faced by Palestinian youth and students in Palestine. So if we can start off by watching a pre-recorded video by Sunduq Education Development, followed by a short message from Khalid Salim, its executive manager.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Khalid Salim, the executive manager of Sunduq for Education Development. Let me first express my warmest congratulations to the Association of Students Activism for Palestine for organizing such a great conference that aims to raise awareness about Palestine. Education in Palestine is considered a very necessary aspect for Palestinian life because of the Israeli occupation. Education has become an urgent need due to the loss of other sources of livelihood, such as agriculture, trade, and industry for a large segment of Palestinians. The Palestinian family is also willing to sacrifice its foundations to secure the costs of teaching their children in universities. On the other hand, they depend on their children's regular financial help when they get jobs, most likely abroad. Therefore, I think it is understandable that Palestinian students and their families work so hard to get acceptance in a local university. They will also try their best to get a scholarship in Arab, European, and US universities. Palestinian university students suffer from a recurring problem that has become an obsession over their shoulders, especially in the light of the deteriorating economic situation and the increase in poverty in the Palestinian society. This problem, which is represented in the university fees, has become a major obstacle preventing many students from completing or starting their university studies. As soon as registration for the semester begins, the suffering begins. And for this reason, the vast majority of students are unable to pay these fees. Therefore, we at Sunduq aim to help Palestinian students to get financial aid and scholarships so they can continue their higher educational paths, whether it is a diploma, bachelor's, master's, or PhD. We are also seeking in Sunduq to establish a wide network of relations with a group of associations and institutions that support education, which in turn will contribute to supporting the higher education in Palestine. We would like to thank you again for having us today and hope you and your families are safe and healthy during this critical time.
So if we can move on to Bilal to tell us more about the reality of Palestinian education under occupation. So Bilal, the mic is yours. Bilal? Bilal, if you can unmute. Okay, if we can just, while Bilal sorts his mic, if we can move on to Ubaida. Ubaida, if you'd like to tell us about the Gaza siege.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's an honor for me to participate in the conference today. The Gaza blockade. For over 12 years, the people of Gaza have lived under an Israeli-imposed blockade that severely limits travel, trade, and everyday life for its 2 million residents. The blockade was first imposed on Gaza by Israel in 2006. After Hamas won the Palestinian elections, it was tightened in 2007 after Hamas controlled the Gaza Strip. The blockade effectively bans nearly all exports from Gaza, severely limits imports to Gaza, and closes the Gaza border for exit by Gaza residents and entrance by others. The impact of the blockade has been devastating. Sorry. Today, Palestinians in Gaza don't have reliable access to clean water, electricity, and many other services. Construction is limited. Hospitals are under-resourced. School systems have degraded, and the economy has been destroyed. Gaza's unemployment rate stands at 40%, one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. And over 80% of the population depends on international assistance to survive. The United Nations and international community both declared the blockade to be an illegal form of collective punishment against the Gaza population under international law. The blockade must end, but change will only come through political action. Let me give you some impacts of the blockade. In movement aspect, as example, a movement of people and goods into and out of Gaza has been restricted and controlled by Israel for decades, but since 2006, and the imposition of the blockade restrictions have been severely tightened. The Israeli-controlled areas crossing located on the northern edge of the Israeli-built wall around Gaza is only crossing through which civilians can travel between Gaza and Israel. At the start of the second Intifada, approximately 26,000 people were allowed to leave Gaza each day via the areas crossing. During 2018, an average of only 9,000 Palestinians were allowed to exit through the crossing each month. Nearly all access to the outside world is blocked for the residents of Gaza. Students are denied exit to study abroad. Patients needing medical treatment not available in Gaza are delayed or blocked from reaching care. People with families in other parts of the occupied Palestinian territory are kept from seeing their relatives. The only official crossing for goods into and out of Gaza is through Kerem Shalom, and any imports and exports must be regulated through a list of controlled entry items created by Israel. Several restrictions on the import of many basic goods, including the raw materials necessary for industrial production, construction materials, supplies, fuel, and many consumer goods remain in place. In the aspect employment, many of the basic raw materials and resources needed to produce goods in Gaza are blocked from entering Gaza, and exports are down nearly 85% from their pre-blockade levels. Electricity is available for approximately 4 hours per day. Fuel is limited, and in most areas of Gaza, access to water is severely restricted. Together, these factors combined with repeated Israeli military attacks on Gaza have destroyed Gaza's business and industry, resulting in the closure of 90% of factories and workshops. Other key sectors of Gaza economy, including fishing and farming, have also been impacted by the blockade. As a result, Gaza's unemployment rate is over 40%, one of the highest in the world, as I told. In the healthcare aspect, like the rest of Gaza, hospitals and medical clinics have only 46 hours of power per day, requiring them to rely on generators, which are expensive and don't provide regular access to electricity. Fluctuations in the electrical supply impact sensitive medical equipment such as ultrasounds, X-rays, cardiac monitors, sterilizing machines, and infants incubators, putting patients' lives in risk. Gaza don't have the means of treat cancer patients, people who need heart surgery and other complicated cases. These patients need medical care in Israel and or in the West Bank or outside both. But under the blockade, movement restrictions delay and block access to treatment for patients. At times with fatal results. Only 64% of requests for permit to leave Gaza to receive medical treatment were approved in 2018. In the aspect electricity, today less than 1/3 of Gaza's electricity demand is being met. Rolling blackouts leave Palestinians in Gaza with approximately 4 hours of electricity per day, affecting the health and well-being of residents. Jeopardizing critical services. Such as hospitals, schools, and water sanitations, and making it impossible for businesses to function. Many factors contribute to this situation, including restrictions on the import of fuel, cuts in the amount of electricity supplied by Israel, and damaged and destroyed infrastructure. Even basic electricity components are blocked from entering Gaza by the Israeli authorities, worsening this crisis. As a result, Palestinians in Gaza remain without regular access to power. In the aspect water, Gaza has long faced a water crisis. Over-exploitation of the coastal aquifer on which Gaza relies, combined with contamination from chemicals, wastewater, and other pollutants. has created a situation in which 96% of Gaza's water supply isn't fit for human consumption. This situation is compounded and in part caused by repeated Israeli military attacks on Gaza that have damaged or destroyed water and sanitation infrastructure, including desalination plants, wells, and waste management facilities. The blockade has also prevented Gaza from repairing and replacing this infrastructure as Israel prohibits the import of key materials that are needed. As a result of damaged infrastructure, over 1/3 of Gaza's population gets only 6 to 8 hours of running water every 4 days. And at least 100,000 people remain completely disconnected from the water network. 28% of the population is not connected to the sewage network. Even where the sewage network is accessible, the energy crisis has forced wastewater treatment plants to shorten treatment cycles, causing a backflow of sewage onto streets and the discharge of partially treated waste into the Mediterranean Sea. At the end of my speech, I would like to give a short summary on quick facts. The blockade has had a devastating impact on the Gaza population, affecting all aspects of life, according to UN Office of Coordination for Humanitarian Affairs. In points, only 9,000 Palestinians were allowed to exit Gaza each month through the Earth crossing during 2018, down from 26,000 per day in 2000. Of those allowed to leave Gaza each month, approximately half, 4,400 were allowed out to conduct trade or business. 57% of Gaza households are food insecure, and approximately 80% receive some form of food assistance. Gaza's unemployment rate was over 40% during 2018, one of the highest employment rates in the world. As I told, youth unemployment was over 60%. Due to fuel shortages and damaged or destroyed electrical infrastructure, there are power outages for up to 20 hours per day in most areas of Gaza. Running water is only supplied to homes for 4 to 6 hours every 3 to 5 days throughout Gaza. Over 96% of the water extracted from the Gaza aquifer is unsafe for human consumption, while needed filtration equipment cannot be imported to Gaza. Nearly 108 million liters of untreated or partially treated sewage are dumped into the Sea of Gaza every day. So I am now at the end of my speech, and hope I could give a short image of the suffering of the people in Gaza Strip now.
Thank you very much, Abaid. That was really informative. Even though I'm sure that with the current COVID situation, all of these numbers are about to be much, much worse. We are going to come back to you to tell us more about Gaza and COVID. But if we can just go back to Bilal for now, who can tell us more about Palestinian education under occupation. So Bilal, Mike's.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that among the Arab countries, the Palestinian occupied first place in terms of the prevalence of the education over the past 70 years. And education was the only way for them to get out of the bad economic situation due to the conditions of occupation. So those living in occupied Palestine view education as their most powerful weapon that will strengthen their resilience and help them to in the battle of existence on the road to reaching free Palestine. Whereas university students in the West Bank find that they must pass through hundreds of checkpoints on the way to their universities, their colleagues in the Gaza Strip are unable to reach their sites of education due to the lack of fuel and the lack of budgets for universities. So as a result of the unjust blockade, as well as the destruction of number of educational facilities and educational organizations caused by recent wars in Gaza, students face many obstacles accessing education. So the Israeli occupation, with the repeated violation and the shattered economy, leave many children in occupied Palestine out of school. To this day, Palestinian children in Israeli prison are still deprived of their right to education. So some of them receive education from their older counterparts without the Palestinian textbooks, and also without taking into account their age and individual differences between them. So as for the isolated children, for example, in the Israeli prison of one of the prison for the minors prisons called Talmud, who is special for the kids between 10 and 14 years old, they do not receive any education at all. So the difficult financial conditions of the majority of Palestinians, coupled with high fees and the lack of income sources, are the main reasons behind the deprivation of thousands of young adults from higher education. So the Palestinian people have been subjected to policies of ignorance since the beginning of the occupation in 1948. This policy was extended after 1976 to include the West Bank and Gaza Strip. So the Palestinian education system has been a permanent target of the destructive policies of the occupation, as these policies aim to achieve the following. So let me try to summarize these policies. So first of all, deviating the Palestinian education system from its goal, which is to create a loyal, creative, and militant Palestinian personality with a distinct and continuous identity with its Arab environment and positive interaction with the international community. Secondly, by obstructing and slowing down the natural development of the entire Palestinian education sector through the artificial separation from its Arab and Islamic and global surroundings. So the Palestinian society has been deprived as a result of the policies of closure, blocking roads, closing educational centers, and reducing development budgets that must be allocated from natural growth. So number three, by preventing the education sector from carrying out its supposed role, like any other educational system, to be active and support the advancement of a human civilization by impeding communication relations with other civilizations. So the Palestinian education system has been deprived of the advantages of friction and cooperation with the international community. So those in charge of the education system in Palestine had to make redoubled efforts to compensate for the imbalance resulting from the destructive policies of the occupation. So the occupation has also tried hard to reduce the role of education in promoting the national, ethical, and the human concept that any educational system aspires to instill in society. And instead of Palestinian society turning to building all the power and energies of their people and enhancing the quality of its human resources, which are, as it is always said, the only natural wealth that the Palestinians have. So the budgets were allocated to rebuild and address the negative effects of the occupation, which prevented and stopped Palestinian society from keeping with the times. So the Palestinian education system has become one of the most important sectors of I would say, the struggle process, which aims to enhance a sense of identity and support the national belonging. So it goes without saying that Palestinian education faced the most severe conditions, difficulties, and obstacles with the Israeli occupation of the West Bank. The military orders were imposed on educational organizations of all kinds and forms, all of which aim to create an ignorant generation working in the cheap labor market in Israel. So also the Israeli occupation, they ignored educational organizations in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. So the Palestinian people lived under harsh conditions, including the shortage of school buildings and playground equipments and labs, also the libraries. So from here, we notice that the occupation authorities have tightened their grip on this sector, the education sector in Palestine, by controlling the educational process and trying to empty this educational process from its content. So the educational process has been targeted in all of its total elements, which include the books, the knowledge, the school, the teacher, and the students. So therefore, we can summarize the goals of incubation in this aspect into 3 or 4 points. So number one, ignoring the Palestinian students and isolating their past from their present to delete and erase the features of their future. Secondly, keeping the Palestinian student ignorant of their history and the knowledge of the Palestinian cause and its developments. And thirdly, distorting the Arab and Islamic history to make the student lose confidence in his nation and their history and civilization. So the final point, the occupation authorities are trying to confirm their legitimacy of the occupation's existence and undermining the rights of the Palestinian people and denying them the right to self-determination. Be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Bilal. If we can move on to Ali Yousafan, who will tell us more about Palestinian students in Lebanon.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be one of out of a group that is delivering the voice of pain of Palestinians all over the world. My topic today is gonna be about the educational system of the Palestinian students that are in Lebanon. But before starting about the educational system and the Palestinian students there, we can't forget that there are around 12 refugee camps in Lebanon, and there are 175,000 Palestinians living there out in those camps, mentioning that this population was around 500,000 a few years ago, but because of the immigration movement that has started a few years ago, the number of population in Lebanon for the Palestinian refugees is now 175,000. Moving out to the educational system and the Palestinian students in Lebanon, talking about the education of the Palestinian students there, it could be divided to 2 groups. The first group is the school, and the second one is the university. Starting with the schools, as in all the countries all over the world, there are public and private schools, but for the Palestinian refugees, there are special schools that are created for the Palestinian refugees there, which are 65 schools that belong to the UNRWA, and no one except Palestinian refugees can enter these schools. There are on a yearly basis around 37,000 Palestinian students, Palestinian refugees that study at these schools. It could be divided like as an average for 570 students or 600 students for each school, which is a lot for, regarding the area of each school, in which there are small as an area wise. Going forward for the public Lebanese schools, in which there are around 6,000 Palestinian refugees that study at these schools all around all over Lebanon, not in a specific region. So these 6,000 Palestinian students considered or consists as 2% of the total number of the students at these schools, in which at these schools there are around 300,000 students. Only out of them there are 6,000 Palestinian students, mentioning that there is no specific law that indicates the conditions of the enrollment of the Palestinian students to these schools, but it's related for a decision on a yearly basis from the Ministry of Education in Lebanon. But they are making it hard for the Palestinian students who want to enroll for the public Lebanese schools, in which they are, for now they are not accepting except the Palestinians who are from Lebanese mother, or they have a Lebanese origins. So it's being so hard for the Palestinian students to be enrolled at these schools. And talking about the education, of course, we can't forget the universities. And of course, we have public and private universities, in which there are around 32 universities in Lebanon, knowing that one of them only is just a public university, which is the Lebanese Governmental University. But unfortunately, to be accepted at this university, it's so hard because we can say that it's around its tuition fees is it's so low, it's so cheap. But to be enrolled or to be accepted at this university, you should have a type of maybe connections or relations, and we can't forget that most of the students accepted at this university, maybe they have applied to be studying at this university because of the lack of money, or they can't afford the expenses of education at the private universities, and most of these students maybe they are forced after 1 year, after 2 years, to leave or to transfer the credits that they have finished at the Lebanese Governmental University for private university, because the conditions there are so hard and they can't take it, even for the Lebanese students there. Moving to the private Lebanese universities, there are around like 31 university, and it should be mentioned that the cheapest university over there costs around like $6,000 per year for 2 semesters, which is the cheapest university over there, and the rest are so expensive. So let's say that I want to study some social sciences at the university, which are in general cheap, and each student can afford like these majors in the bachelor degrees. It would cost like $7,000 per year, and it's being raised on a yearly basis at the private universities. Like, for example, let's say that there is in Lebanon the American University of Beirut, which is maybe it's arranged that it's considered as the best university in the Middle East, like from an educational wise. So a year at the American University of Beirut of education would cost around $20,000, which is too much. Moving to that, as we have seen in the previous video that you have showed before we start this panel, that in Palestine the annual income of a normal family would be like around $8,400, which is the same in Lebanon, or it could be less than that. So a normal family would not be able to afford the expenses of one student at the private university because of the lack of money and because of the rate of unemployment there. So the conditions there are so hard to be enrolled in the university. And as I have mentioned before, when I was talking about the schools conditions, it's so hard to over there. Like we can mention that at one class of each school would have like around 40 students gathering in a small area without any facilities over there to get right information, to have a right education, to be prepared for the next stages of education, which are the maybe the undergraduate and the postgraduate degrees. And let me say that most of the students who are graduated from the high school are going toward immigration, or going abroad to study or to complete their bachelor degrees outside Lebanon, because it's so hard over there to complete their bachelor degrees with this lack of money, and because of this economical problems. Maybe you know the economical crisis over there right now. So maybe I can talk about a personal experience, which is about me. Like I have graduated from an honor school when I was at the high school. I have finished my high school over there, and then I got a scholarship to complete my or to do my bachelor degree, and then I went abroad to Turkey to complete to do my master's degree in Turkey, which is a scholarship too. I have mentioned that because there are a few or number of institutions in Lebanon that support the intelligent and smart Palestinian refugee student in Lebanon, and they send them abroad to study, or maybe they can support them at the Lebanese universities over there with a specific limit of supporting. So most of the Palestinian students in Lebanon, they could be considered that they are smart, intelligent, and they have skills that that they could be using it in their future. At the end, I would like to mention that education is our last weapon, or it's our last tool as Palestinians living abroad. Like for me, I was a refugee in the Lebanese camps, and I went abroad. Now I can say that education is the last thing that we can use to return to our land at the end. I would like to thank you again for giving me this opportunity to talk and deliver our message as Palestinian students from Lebanon.
Thank you very much, Ali. It's really sad when you hear about Palestinians in Lebanon. For them, many of them, or for many refugees, actually, education is one of the main ways out of their situation. And in Lebanon, they feel like that they're limited even in education. They can't just proceed with what they want. They're just always limited. If we can now move on to Amr, who will tell us about challenges faced by Palestinian youth and students in Palestine. So Amr, the mic's yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you hear me well?
Yeah, Amr, yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So first of all, I would really like thank you all for having me in this session and for organizing such a very good conference, talking about the student activism, talking about the history of Palestine, and lots of topics like being discussing this with honorable speakers. I want to just like touch on the challenges that Palestinian youth and students face in their life. Most importantly, the education in Palestine. Since like I'm a member of the student like Association of Student Activism for Palestine, so I want to address this issue as it's very important for all Palestinians who lives abroad. So throughout the Palestinian history, education has always been a site of political struggle against occupation and oppression, from student-led strikes to development of the Palestinian university system, education, particularly higher education. Palestinians have identified education as a useful tool in their liberation struggle. So education is empowering, creating opportunities and potential. An educated class is more likely to be about the political changes it wants. This will explore the detention of Palestinian university students involved or perceived to be involved with the political life under Israeli occupation. So some detentions both shape and reflect the cultural stance that education is a legitimate form of political resistance to occupation. In other words, the targeting of academically and politically empowered students results in a cycle of cultural reimagining of education as a legitimate and valued tool of non-violence resistance. So followed by more repressive measures taken to limit this resistance. So we've got three main ideas: that the Israeli occupation of Palestine presents significant human rights violation obstacles to Palestinian access to education, specifically through the detention of university students. The second one can be these obstacles shape Palestinian political and cultural thought and action. And the third one is that both Israelis' occupation and Palestinian society are therefore dynamic forces that are continually defining and redefining each other. For example, the obstacles placed on education politicize the culture value placed on education, leading Israeli forces to establish more obstacles to education access in order to strategically maintain the status quo of the occupation. So now I want to go through the obstacles that Palestinian higher education they face. The following one, or these obstacles to education are numerous, to be honest, and long-standing. These barriers to access come in several main forms: movement restrictions, military attacks, curfews, closures, harassment, even lots of obstacles youth can face. These obstacles have been documented extensively by organizations such as the Right to Education campaign, a West Bank-based student movement, non-governmental organization that documents and advocates against violations of Palestinian human rights to education. So I'll go through the obstacles one by one. The first one is movement restrictions. So as we all know, the restriction of free movement throughout the occupied territories is achieved primarily through checkpoints, the wall, and the restriction of travel both between the outside and occupied and inside the occupied territories. Checkpoints refer to the permanent structures in place at key points of traffic, as well as flying checkpoints arbitrarily set up by Israeli military. The second obstacle is the curfew. The Israeli army has been known to impose curfews during military operations on entire villages and cities in order to control the population. The obvious effects of which on education being a complete halting, therefore, these curfews will sometimes be instead merely as a means of collective punishment for demonstrations, like acts of stone throwing, for example, within a village. So these curfews can last for hours or days at a time. The third point, or third obstacle, is the closures. For 4.5 years during the first Intifada, Israel closed by military order all Palestinian universities, schools, nurseries, and other educational institutions, effectively outlawing education in the process. During this time, even carrying textbooks, seriously, carrying the textbooks could be grounds for interrogation and detention. So students, faculty, and others risk their lives to hold classes despite the military order. So, for example, like Birzeit University, which holds the reputation for being most politically active of all Palestinian universities, was closed 15 times in its history. So closures like movement restrictions and other obstacles to education access are a political tool used to systematically impede Palestinian higher education. The fourth obstacle, like all students face, is the harassment. It's like most commonly, harassment is most commonly experienced at checkpoints in the form of random and unnecessary delays, interrogations, and even detention. Sometimes it can reach to be humiliation. So this humiliation, which is quite widespread, conduct for soldiers in an army that boasts about its morality, is the price students often pay to be permitted to pass through a checkpoint to attend a class. So denial of work permits is also a frequent means by which the Israeli military can harass Palestinian youth. Many people have additionally been subjected to arbitrary interview and house invasions even. I can say the fifth one is stifling political life. Technically speaking, under Israeli law, any political organization with the university is illegal. According to the Right to Education campaign, the students more frequent targeted for arrest and imprisonment are those who belong to or are suspect belonging to political or student life organizations such as student unions. So it is a routine for heads of university, student, government to be interrogated, arrested, and detained. For example, the head of Birzeit University Student Council was charged with holding position of responsibility within an illegal organization in 2007, as he was previously imprisoned for 10 months. For prior student government involvement, this student was detained for a full year on these charges. Currently, half of these cases represented by university lawyers are prisoners of conscience, such as the students who were politically organized and empowered through student government or other student society membership. The last obstacle I can speak about is the detention. The detention of university students is widespread. At Birzeit University alone, in the past 7 years, 480 students have been imprisoned. Of the 80 currently held in Israeli prison, more than half have yet to be formally charged or found guilty of any charge. 4 are held in administrative detention, under which a Palestinian may be held without charge using secret evidence from Israeli intelligences for indefinitely renewable 6-month period of detention. So under this system, the charge is raised against a student detainee and not communicated to him or her or his or her lawyer. So one Birzeit student have been under this system for 3 years. Similarly, based on figures from April 2009, many students from An-Najah University with the university I studied there my bachelor's, are currently imprisoned, and even 550 from Hebron University students have been detained since 1987. So to wrap up, I'd like to conclude my speech that the Israeli occupation of Palestine and the forces that maintain it presents numerous obstacles to Palestinian access education, including of university students, that these obstacles, along with other human rights violations to which Palestinians have been subjected throughout history, so many Palestinians have been subject throughout history, have prompted Palestinians to attach a heightened sense of cultural meaning to education, which likens to resistance and which increase over time with escalating repression. And that in response, the Israeli occupation forces have sought to further repress education in order to curtail the prospects of Palestinian resistance and liberation. These what I have prepared for the obstacles that Palestinian youth or Palestinian students they face in general life. Thank you very much, and I thank you again for having me in this panel. And the mic is yours, Anas.
Thank you very much, Amr, for that input. After hearing what you said, it's quite clear that educated Palestinians are definitely a threat to the future of Israel. This session is coming to an end, but before we finish, I do have two questions, one for Bilal and one for Ubaida, if Ubaida is still with us. So Bilal, if we can start with you, if you can tell us, what would you think are the most prominent problems that the Palestinian education faced during the COVID crisis?
Well, the most main problem, the most main problems that faced Palestinian education during the Corona crisis is the infrastructure is somewhat weak due to the lack of requirements for educational equipment and materials. But there's also lack of expertise among the educational staff, and students are not fully qualified to use distance education. So due to the difficult economic conditions experienced by the Palestinians under occupation, a large number of students suffer from the lack of internet connection, computers, or smart devices for a number of students, and thus they are unable to follow up with their teachers or universities online. So there's also a high economic cost, as the preparation of educational materials requires large sums of money, and the process of distributing them to students requires large financial allocation, in addition to the cost of preparation and equipment. So I believe that Palestinians have faced difficult, even painful conditions in the past few decades, but they have always been successful in providing alternatives. In the first Intifada, for example, and under the siege, classes were organized for education in mosques and churches. And churches also like teachers were only volunteering to teach students, and also so the educational process did not stop. And also in the second Intifada, during the siege and also the wars or invasion and the attacks on Gaza, for example, we always we have been seeing creative methods and means were employed to continue education. So today, the whole world actually experiencing a similar condition to what the Palestinian has been going through for years. And I think it will adapt to these conditions. And also, I'm very optimistic that the Palestinian people will overcome this crisis, and they will come up with creative solutions, employ brains and energies to solve the problems related to education during the coronavirus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bilal. Ubaida, from the numbers that you've told us, I'd assume most of these numbers are before the COVID crisis. What would you say is the impact of COVID on Gaza at the moment, taking into account that there's an ongoing siege?
That's a good question. The health situation in Gaza Strip after the pandemic will inevitably affect the bed situation in Gaza. Until now, the occupation is preventing the entry of essential materials needed to combat this disease. There is a shortage of basic materials, including respirators. Hospitals in Gaza are not ready to receive the huge number of patients, and it is expected that if the pandemic is not dealt with, Gaza will become a disaster region. Therefore, the international community must move and pressure to enter the basic requirements to confront this disease, especially as the numbers increase. And the health system cannot bear any collapse in light of the blockade imposed in Gaza since 2006. In fact, it is possible to survive the disaster if everyone bears its responsibilities, foremost among which is the Israeli occupation. And the occupation is primarily responsible for any disaster that may occur due to the imposed blockade. The numbers last week were increased, and I think the government in Gaza do everything to stop this pandemic now, but it can be really a bad situation there, which cannot be stopped if no one moves against this pandemic.
This session has come to an end, so I'd like to thank Bilal, Ubaida, Ali, and Amr. Nelson Mandela once said that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. So whether it's in Lebanon, West Bank, Gaza, or anywhere, education, Palestinians will always hold on to their right to education. I'd like to thank everyone, and please make sure to like and follow our social media pages for more events like this. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a political cartoonist from Palestine. I've been working with some newspaper and international platforms about the Palestinian issues and Palestinian cause since 2002. Recently, I published my book, Palestine Black and White, here in the UK, in the United States of America and Spain. I've chosen the cartoon as a form of art to resist and to talk about Palestine, because I do believe that the cartoon is a very effective way to contact the people from around the world, not just the Palestinian and the Arab audience, because I do believe that we should convey our suffering, the people's suffering in Palestine, to the people around the world, and the cartoon is a very good way to do that. Recently, I've published one of my cartoons about Black Lives Matter and comparing between what's going on in Palestine and what's going on in the United States against the black people, and that's the way I think it's a very effective way to make this intersectionality between all of these issues and the Palestinian issues, because that will explain exactly what's going on in Palestine. And I've done a lot of cartoons about that and try to do this intersectionality between the black people, the native people, the apartheid system in South Africa, and all of these issues, and try to make this intersectionality between all these issues and the Palestinian issues. My main framework for my art is to talk about the settler colonialism regime in Palestine, because I do believe that we should talk about the occupation as settler colonialism more than occupation. And that's why I need to talk about the components of the settler colonial regime. The first one is the elimination of the Palestinian people and the native people in Palestine. The second one that I do believe that it is very important is to rehumanize the Palestinian, or to humanize the Palestinian, because the settler colonialism framework try to dehumanize the natives in Palestine, and through the art we can rehumanize these Palestinian people through talk about their culture, their narrative, their heritage in Palestine through the cartoon. And that's why I do believe that you can reach the people from around the world by this visual language without need to translate it, without need to talk about it. Just the image will talk about the situation in Palestine.
Well, assalamu alaikum. Thank you all for making it this far. It was a long conference and we covered a lot of different issues, and I hope that you've all found it beneficial. This conference is recorded, so you will be able to rewatch it for anyone who didn't come at the beginning or for anyone who left later. I understand that people have other commitments, so you can always rewatch it. You can rewatch the parts that you might feel are more relevant to you. But I would like to thank everyone for joining. I would like to thank all the speakers for giving us a greater insight into the cause. And I would also like to thank all the moderators of the panels. And I'm going to also by name thank everyone in the committee, because they've worked very, very hard to make this event happen. And so it is important, in my opinion, to thank every single one of them. So thank you to firstly Amr for putting in so much effort to make this thing happen, and Jalila, and Lena, and Celine, and Yusuf, and Shahad, and Ramzi, and Saqlain, and Lian, and Abdurrahman, I hopefully have not missed anyone. Oh, and Sarah as well. So thank you to every single one of you guys for coming together, for, you know, getting this thing organized, getting it up and running. I think without the team, none of this would have happened. I alone couldn't do this, and Amr alone couldn't do this. We needed every single person to kind of give their thoughts and give their opinions and help shape this conference. So take home message, get involved, don't be scared. Palestine needs as many activists as possible. We're in the final stage, and I'm very optimistic about the future. I know the news doesn't make us feel that way, but like I said earlier, things do need to get worse for things to get better, and that's kind of a fact of history in itself. If you look at all the other causes that have happened, things got worse and then they got better. So don't despair, and we will have a lot more events lined up for you guys discussing certain issues in more depth, like the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, how to arrange BDS campaigns, how to make events, kind of like guiding societies and helping them become successful. You know, one of the things that were mentioned by one of the speakers was that we need to fix our societies, and I think that's very important. We need to make sure that any internal conflict is, you know, stamped on, and the eyes are set on the more important thing, which is the cause. And we need to ensure that we can work together. We don't need to agree on every little thing in this conflict, in this oppression, but we do need to do our best to serve the Palestinian cause. And historians all say that when it comes to Palestine, Palestine is one of those issues that, you know, they say when there is peace in Jerusalem, there is peace around the world. And when there is chaos in Jerusalem, there is chaos around the world. And I think that's very, very true, which is why Palestine is such an essential cause for myself and for many other people. Thank you all for tuning in, and have a great day, have a great weekend, and I wish you all the best. Keep your eyes open. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow our Instagram and our Twitter and our Facebook pages. And we look forward to helping you all. If you have any questions, feel free to message us on Instagram. We do reply, and we do support as many people as possible. So if you have anything, any book you've written, or any video you've done, or any infographic you've done, you'd like us to share it, you'd like us to kind of spread the word about any of your campaigns or protests, let us know. We are here to help you. Thank you very much, and have a great weekend. Assalamu alaikum.
موطني الجلال والجمال والسناء والبهاء في رباك والحياة والنجاة والهناء والرجاء في هواك هل أراك سالما منعما وغانما مكرما سالما منعما وغانما مكرما هل أراك في علاك تبلغ السماك موطني الشباب لن يكل همه أن يستقل أو يبيد نستقي من الردى ولن نكون للعدا كالعبيد لا نريد ذلنا المؤبدا وعيشنا المنكدا ذلنا المؤبدا وعيشنا المنكدا لا نريد بل نعيد مجدنا التالي مجدنا التالي موطني مجدنا وعهدنا واجب من الوفاء يهزنا عزنا غاية تشرف وراية ترفرف غاية تشرف وراية ترفرف يا هناك في علاك قاهرا عدا موطني